I am ready. Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to North York Committee of Adjustment. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. I'd like to introduce, my name is Stan Komorik. I'll be chairing this afternoon. I'd like to introduce my fellow panel members. I have Shwaheen Fazili on my left, Marianne Kessin on my left, Larry Schwartz on my right, and Jordan Ellison also on my right, and Simon Lamb, our manager for North York, hiding behind the corner there, and Simon's staff. Welcome. Just a couple of administrative things we need to go through before we start. Let me just find my agenda too. Okay, Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. I'd like to do our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to go over the hearing procedure for this afternoon. The Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid and in-person virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person. Others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to do so can view the hearing. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. All other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will apparently remove you from a panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Decisions. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, as the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Our procedures this afternoon, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When you make your submissions, where an application is uncontested, You may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. We will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentations or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials today at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised in order to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all of those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we ask people in the hearing room to speak first and then those that are online. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay. Declarations of interest or conflict of interest. I believe, Larry, you have one for an item this afternoon.
Right, I'm declaring an interest in one of the applications.
Do you remember which item number?
Let me.
13. I got it noted here. So we'll ask you to leave at that point. Anyone else have any declarations of interest, either from the panel members or staff? Okay, noting none. Are there any deferrals, Mr. Manager?
Through you, Mr. Chair, none at the moment.
Thank you. So we will proceed with the top of the agenda then. Excuse me for 1 minute. So our first item this afternoon is item 9. Excuse me. So item 9 is 555 Merton Street. This is an application to construct a rear 2-story addition in conjunction with other interior and exterior alterations. This item was deferred from September 2023 in order to consult with community planning. There are 2 variances being requested, and we have an objection letter from number 554. We have a planning report saying they are no longer they are no longer recommending refusal, and we have, I believe, some other objection letters. I'm trying to read my notes. We have previous objection letters from the original application, so I'm not sure if those still stand. We'll look into that as we go. So the speaker for this item is Enzo Lucusano, and I believe Mr. Lucusano's online. Okay, if we can.
It's actually Brendan Stevens.
Okay.
I'll just be viewing. Brendan Stevens will be presenting this.
Very well. So let's get Brendan to introduce himself, and we'll start the presentation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Braden. Stevens. I'm a senior planner with Johnston Latapsky Planning Consultants. Our office, for the record, is located at 235 Lakeshore Road East, Suite 202 in Oakville, and I'll be providing a presentation today on behalf of the applicant. Before I begin my presentation, I just want to confirm I submitted slides, which I see are on the screen here. I submitted slides last week in accordance with the deadline. I also submitted a revised consolidated deck earlier today, and I just want to check with committee staff which one you have here.
Okay, do we know the date of the submission?
I can tell just by looking at it that it's the original deck, which is not. I just wanted to know which one you guys had there.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, can I clarify when was the second deck submitted?
The second deck was submitted earlier today. It's not an issue at all. I have both in front of me.
So any materials submitted before
ready to
after the deadline will
the
not be
original.
shown publicly? We'll use the original deck?
Okay, terrific. I have that here. Thank you so much. So as I said, my name is Brandon Stevens. I'm from Johnson Latavsky. And the proposal before you today is for two variances to facilitate the rear expansion of the home at 552 Merton Street. While we've done a full analysis of the proposal, which is detailed in our letter, I want to begin by highlighting a few of the key takeaways from our report. The first is that the proposal only triggers two variances, an eaves projection variance and a building depth variance. In terms of the eaves variance, it's very modest at approximately 8 inches. It's an existing condition, and the eaves will be no closer to the side lot line than they are today. In terms of the depth variance, it's also very modest. It's an increase of approximately 5.5 feet. And there is precedent for more significant depth variances in the surrounding area. The second thing I'd like to note that based on the analysis we conducted, it is our professional opinion that the application meets all 4 tests set out in section 45(1) of the Planning Act. And as the chair noted, that the application now has support from city planning staff. Next slide, please. So this is a photograph of the subject lands, which are improved with a 2-story detached dwelling. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial photo which identifies the subject lands. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin by briefly putting the site into the context of the surrounding area. Next slide. These subject lands are located on the north side of Merton Street, midway between Mount Pleasant Road and Bayview Avenue. Next slide, please. The proposal before you today is to add a rear expansion to the existing home. Based on feedback from staff and from the neighbors, the proposal has been revised and scaled back. The walkout entrance has been relocated at the request of the neighbor, and both the building height and the depth have been reduced. As a result, there are only 2 variances for depth, which, as I said, is a depth variance of 5.7 feet and an eaves projection variance of 8 inches. I think it's important to provide context to the application and why the homeowners need this additional space. The first reason is to accommodate their aging parents, and the second reason is to provide more facilities into the home to accommodate our client's deteriorating eye condition. As a result, his ability to commute will increasingly become severely limited. Next slide, please. So the marked up site plan on your screen shows the very minor difference between the as of right depth, which is shown in black, and the proposed depth shown in red of 1.7 meters, or thought of another way, 5 feet 9 inches, which is, for context, less than the height of the average adult male. Next slide, please. I want to briefly respond to concerns raised by some of the neighbors. There was a petition that went around, which is on file, and I'll note that it was signed back in the fall, which is well before the proposal has been revised. At the time the petition was circulated, city staff were opposed to that proposal. It's now been revised, and I'll highlight that staff now support the revised proposal. Next slide, please. There was also a concern raised by the neighbor at 554 Merton about shadowing specifically on their garden. To respond to this concern, a shadow study was completed, and it revealed that the difference between the shadows cast by the as of right condition, which is shown on the left of your screen, and the proposed condition on the right is very minor, and as you'll see, is in fact largely indiscernible, even at the most significant time of impact, which is what is shown on your screen here. Next slide, please. To show the difference more clearly, I've added a red dashed line to give a point of comparison. This shows that there is, as I've said, a very minor difference in shadowing between the as of right and proposed contexts. I'll note that the shadow that is cast on 554 Merton is on the driveway in front of their garage, which is located in their rear yard, notably not on the rear yard amenity area or the garden, as the neighbor was concerned might be the case. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As detailed in our letter, it is our professional opinion, after conducting our analysis, that the proposal meets all 4 tests as set out in the Planning Act. And I'll note that as staff are now supporting the application, they concur with this assessment as well. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to briefly highlight precedent decisions in the area. Next slide. So this map identifies 5 precedent decisions.
Just wanted to note that you're at your 5 minutes. If you could maybe wrap up in the next minute or so.
Absolutely. I'm almost done. So just highlighting that there's 5 precedent decisions in the area, all of which have approved greater variances to permitted depth. Next slide, please. Finally, as I said, I'm happy to report that we now have confirmation in writing, which is shown on your screen from City Planning, that they support our revised proposal. Next slide, please. In summary, as I said, it's our professional opinion that the application satisfies all 4 tests as set out in the Planning Act, that there is precedent for approval of more significant depth variances in the surrounding area. And finally, we are grateful that there is support from City Planning staff. Next slide, please.
Okay, can we?
Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from panel members? No? Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have anyone in the room to speak to this item? No? We have someone online, I believe, from 560 Merton Street. Are they still there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, both speakers registered to speak on the participants list are not going to be speaking today.
They're not going to be speaking. Okay. Then I guess we're back to, we're in committee for discussion. Anyone want to kick that off, or?
Mr. Chair, I think that this application is relatively minor, and it does meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. I think that planning is satisfied that the changes to the plans have been made that are appropriate, and there are no forestry comments, so I'm happy to move a motion for approval of it with no conditions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kazin. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Allison, all in favor? Oh, anyone opposed? Okay, so we're approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next item this afternoon, number 10, is 7 RAJAH Street, sorry. This is an application to construct a new dwelling with 5 variances being requested. It was deferred from July of 2023, and forestry is requesting condition 3 in the event of approval. planning is requesting that approval be tied to elevations and drawings. And we have on file a petition of support. And I see we have a speaker in person. Welcome.
Thank you. It's been a while. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. This has been a long time since we first applied, and I think we've resolved with at least planning their concerns, and it's just Oh, okay, that's better. Thank you. With respect to their comment, their last comment, with respect to the height of the eaves, we had a similar eave height originally. And I just want to point out, due to the way the zoning reviews the elevation, even though our eave height is within the required minimum, they take it to the higher portion from the average grade. If you look at our eave heights, if you can show the elevation, if you don't mind, the front elevation. Yes. So if you look at our eave heights, we're within the required minimum. But because they take it to the top of our sort of those arched over the windows, that's where they take it. So in reality, it's within the required height. And add to that, we are next to a corner lot. It just so happens the corner lot's grade is lower. There's no house beside us to the south. But because their lot is lowered, there's a little bit of a retaining wall. Our average height is taken at a lower level. So in reality, it's actually still conforms when the built form ever gets done. So I think this is really minor, and as you've noted, we've still, after 2 years, have no objection to what we're proposing. So I hope you feel, as I do, that this is really minor.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm assuming there's no one here to speak to this item? Okay. Thank you, sir. If we can go into committee then, and if anyone's ready for a motion or some discussion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, generally speaking, no issues with the application. I do have a little bit of a concern with respect to the requested side main wall height, as it relates specifically to the massing condition that it may create. But I'm curious to hear what my colleagues have to say.
So we're looking at variance 3, 7.5 permitted and 8.76 requested. Does anyone have any comments on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm relying on planning's comments on this one, that they're satisfied.
Thank you. I think that's it.
That's it.
Anyone ready for a motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion, to forward a motion to approve the application with the, I would say, let me just pull this up, the staff report, subject to the property developed substantially in accordance with the elevation drawing submitted to committee adjustment, and attach as attachment number 1, 2, and 3 to staff report. And I believe the condition of forestry as well, number 3, I'm not mistaken.
Cash in lieu.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So that's a motion from Mr. Fazil.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may just make a suggestion, I also flagged the fact that the platform off the rear main wall is pretty high, and I wonder if it would require some privacy screening included as a condition.
Yes, I would agree with the privacy screen. I guess what would be the suggestion is a 1.5 meters, I guess. Was that on the both sides? Is that what? On the both sides, yes, 1.5.
Jordan, you're thinking both sides?
Well, I acknowledge that there is a pretty considerable setback on the south side. My concern really was with the north side. But, I mean, it's a smaller section because you have the staircase on the south side, so it'd be a smaller privacy screen. It's more, frankly, more the north side, just given the proximity to the neighbor. But I do acknowledge that there is a bit of a step back from the balcony, but, I mean, the height is quite excessive, so I'm a little... And that's also on account mainly because of the variance for the front entry height, which is above the 1.2 meters, which is creating that rear deck condition.
The north side.
Yeah, on the north side then? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with that motion, I'm happy to second it with the inclusion of the privacy screen as a condition on the north side.
Are we going to specify the height of the screen?
Yeah, 1.5.
The usual 1.5?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry.
Um,
Can I just add something?
Typically, we don't, but go ahead. Because I just want to make a point that...
I know the planners, you're the planner, correct, or, no, okay. I just want to point out, I pulled it back. This is, again, we're 2 years in the process here to get to this point. I pulled it back from what it was originally, and they did not mention anything about privacy screen because of that.
They did not, and your
No.
neighbors aren't complaining.
And they're not complaining. And I just want to point out, this is not going to be used on a regular basis. These people are Orthodox Jews who use that as they call sukkah at a certain time of year. That's it.
So you would not be in favor of that privacy screen?
We may add it. I'm not saying no, but please don't make it a condition. That's all I
Okay,
ask.
thank you.
I'm fine, given that there's no opposition from the neighbor. I did notice that there was an additional side yard setback, so I appreciate the amendment. I think if the deck had been in alignment with the building, I would be less okay with it,
So
but...
you're going to do a friendly amendment to your amendment?
Well, it wouldn't be, I didn't bring the motion, but I would be okay to remove the condition of the
Okay, so in
privacy
this
screen.
case, we go back to our original motion without the privacy screen and the condition of the forestry and the
So two
drawing.
conditions, planning and forestry.
Exactly.
Perfect.
And I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, I think we have unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I appreciate it.
Okay, item 11, 19 TREADGOLD Crescent. This is a proposal to construct a new carport, and this was deferred from a hearing on January the 18th, 2024. There are three variances being requested. Forestry is requesting conditions 2 and 3 should we approve. Planning also has a condition of approval. We have 2 objectors at number 21 and number 23, and transportation has chimed in as being okay with the current proposal. Welcome. You, Ms. Lowe? No.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the owner is here at the podium.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I had someone else on my speakers list, so please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Sandy Taylor,
Okay.
19 TREADGOLD Crescent.
Okay, and are you going to do a presentation for us?
Yes, I'm going to do the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to read from my presentation. Okay, so my proposal is to build a carport approximately 6.4 by 4.27 meters, extending from the front of my house. Due to current zoning bylaws, this carport has minor variances which technically may seem outside of minor, but I believe the impact is minor with respect to the neighborhood and my immediate neighbors at 17 and 21 TREADGOLD. This carport has no walls. The height of this carport will be approximately 2.4 meters. It will be aesthetically pleasing by having a carport roof tie into the house roof like a seamless extension. This structure will be built with quality materials only, and of course, according to building code. This is an appropriate use of land because the frontage is large enough to support the structure without compromising the character of the neighborhood. Additionally, the intent of the current zoning bylaws will be upheld and maintained because zoning bylaws are challenged all the time and neighborhoods still remain intact in spite of these challenges. I'd like you to take a look at the first photos, the first two, if we can go there, please. So this first photo is a before picture, like how it looks currently, and then the next photo, I've superimposed our carport, and you can see how it would look with the carport, and that's facing west. The next photo, again, shows what it looks like, my house looks like currently. And if you go to the next photo, I've superimposed a carport to see how it would look afterwards. Okay, so the reason for the carport is I am proposing this carport because I need it in order to protect my vehicle from the elements such as snow, windstorms, which result in multiple fallen branches. In addition, my security cameras would serve more efficiently if they're installed on proposed carports, which allows a closer view of the street. My current garage has been transformed to a much-needed safe space for myself and one of my tenants. As we suffer from anxiety and depression, this safe space has contributed to our improved well-being by creating positive energy, a place for us to decompress. We also have added plants and an art section which have enhanced the positive impact of this space as well. However, by creating this safe space, I have in turn lost my garage, thus creating a need for a carport. In closing, I would like to state that as a senior citizen on a limited income, this carport was the most economical and practical option for me, as opposed to an addition on the house. I would also like to re-emphasize that this structure will have zero impact on neighborhood due to its minimalist nature. I would like to share with you some freehand drawings of what the carport will look like. So this is just like a before and after of the carport from two different angles. The next picture, please. And this is just like, I guess, a bird's eye view. And there are the trees that, there's a lot of branches that overhang my driveway. And this is what the carport would look like. And then there's, I think, one more picture after that, if we can go. Yeah, and this is just a final drawing of what it should look like. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you.
Any questions from committee members? No? Okay, thanks. We'll get you to come back, but there's other people who wanted to speak to it, so please sit down, yeah. So, do we have Sandy Taylor present in the room? That was Sandy Taylor, okay. Got it. So we're looking for Robert and Marjorie Cruel.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got flustered because I've got different names on the participant list. Welcome. You're at 21 TREADGOLD, which I'm assuming is next door.
Correct,
That-
yes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Can we pick one of you who's going to be doing your presentation?
Robert.
Okay, Robert, welcome.
Yes, thank you. First to the committee for allowing this online access. We happen to be out of country and otherwise would not be able to take part. The other thing I'd like to do before we go any further is give great kudos to Mr. Sam for responding well after hours last night to give us the link, which we had misunderstood in some of the previous correspondence. So he went above and beyond, and we'd like to thank him and acknowledge that. Thank you. So the proposal, as I said in my submission, is not in our view a minor variance because 57% of the structure is beyond the allowed setback based on the zoning. And the other issue that comes into play here, we do have pictures here, and Ms. Taylor did a pretty good job of it. I'm not sure if they're to scale. On the sheet that you can see there right now from an older survey of the property, I superimposed as close as I could to scale in red where the carport would be. And the green line you can see is the allowed setback based on the averaging. So it's a significant structure jutting out in what looks like, and if you look at it, quite an open area in front of the two properties. There's an example that Ms. Taylor included of I believe the number's 22 ptarmigan in her submission. And it does show a carport, which I must acknowledge. I made a statement in our submission that there are no other carports at the front. And to be honest with you, I've never noticed that one before. The significant difference in the approvals here would be the one on ptarmigan is up against the side of the house beside it that is farther forward. And so its impact is a lot less than having it in the middle of the two properties as shown. We also stated in our letter we have concerns because carports just almost always end out having some kind of siding on them. So the concept of just an open air structure initially doesn't tend to last too long in most of the carports we've seen. So it's just all the visual impact and our sightline impact and so forth. Is that your letter? Yeah, no, that's what I said. Okay. So, you know, basically, I see that the planning staff, are in favor of this, but they're not the ones that are next door with a structure jutting out in their view, and we really don't think it's a minor variance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, any questions from panel members? No. We have no one else to speak on this matter online? No? Okay. So I'll ask Ms. Taylor to come back up. If it's your opportunity to address or rebut what your neighbor has said.
Sure. First of all, as far as ptarmigan, the carport that's on ptarmigan is not at the side of the house. It is in the front of the house. It's been there for years, so I'm not sure if Bob said it was at the side of the house. It is at the front of the house. And if you take a look at the photograph, I don't know if you can scroll down to the very end, it should show up. at the very end, the last two photographs. Yeah, just keep going a little bit further. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
I think is that the map? Yeah, that's the map. And just before that, there's a
Back up.
picture. Sorry? Can you just back up one? Yeah, there it is. There's the carport. It's not at the side of the house. It is at the front. As I said, I go by there all the time. And anyway, I'll just have a few more things to say about that. First of all, the current zoning bylaws are challenged and approved all the time because sometimes they just simply don't allow for changes that will impact new projects. For instance, my proposed carport needs to be of a reasonable length to serve its purpose, and current zoning bylaws don't allow for that. So having the Committee of Adjustment address these challenges and make the final decisions takes into account all arguments for and against project. I'm aware that most carports are built on the side of houses. However, this proposed carport is being built in front of my property because there's simply no space between the houses to build one. The plan has been architecturally designed and thoughtfully taken into account on how it will look with use of quality materials. I'm adding special details to enhance its appearance, such as a roof tie-in to the house roof, a height of approximately 8 feet, and posts that will have trim details added. These are a few examples of how we'll present this carport. I especially need this carport to function, but to look good as well, because after all, it's in front of my house. This carport will not alter the character of the neighborhood. If anything, maybe property owners will be encouraged to make changes to their properties that maybe were long overdue. If you take a look around the neighborhood, you will see many new builds going up. These new builds have modern and better features than the older homes. These new homes are being approved and built throughout the neighborhood. Please see the photos. If you can go back to back up. Oh yeah, this one. This is a good example, 43 TREADGOLD. This is right around the corner from us. This was built about 2 years ago. The whole neighborhood is basically bungalows and side splits. This particular new house is a huge 2-story house. It's been there for a few years now. There's no major impact on the neighborhood. And also, if you go to the next photo after that, these are a couple new houses just in general in the neighborhood, and they're very different from the houses, again, in the neighborhoods. These are very large, and they've been approved. So these new homes are being approved and built throughout the neighborhood. I believe improving one's home is welcome and adds value. This is called progress, and this is happening in neighborhoods across the GTA with only positive impacts. And as far as becoming another rental space that Bob had mentioned in his complaint, this isn't my intent. I'd like to correct Bob that I don't have 2 rental conversions on my property. I have 2 tenants who have been here for years, and that's it. I'm not getting any more tenants. So rest assured, Bob and Marge. I think that's pretty well it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Don't go away. I believe Bob had mentioned that you can enclose this, and I'm assuming you're going to, do you have any intention to enclosing these walls at some point in the future?
No, I don't. No,
But it would be the same variances, so you legally would be able to.
Oh, I understand it, but I did mention earlier in my proposal that I wasn't going to enclose it. I was going to leave it open because it wouldn't obstruct the view at all if it's open as it is, and it's because it's 8 feet. It's like open.
So you wouldn't be objectionable to a condition that would basically prevent you from enclosing it?
I'm sorry, can you speak? I can't hear you very well.
Sorry, you would not be, you would not be opposed, I'm assuming then, to a potential condition that would prevent you from enclosing it?
Sure, but I mean, the thing is, I'm trying to think now, I've never thought of that, actually, but the plans aren't to enclose it, that's all I can say.
Okay. Thank you. Do panel members have any questions? Jordan?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I did, in preparation on this file, I did note that 22 Ptarmigan Crescent is a pretty good precedent. My only concern is that from what I can see, there is only one example in the neighborhood, and my question is to the applicant whether or not there's any other examples other than 22 Ptarmigan Crescent where this has been permitted.
Well, I think on Wallingford, there is a house, I didn't actually get the address, but there is a house with an actual garage that extends, I think it only extends 10 feet out, but I have seen numerous houses, not necessarily in this neighborhood, but I've seen many that are tastefully done with carports that are at the front. That's all I can really say about that.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else for questions? Thank you then.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take it into committee. Just noting that there is a planning condition. I'm trying to find out what that planning condition is. Staff report. Got it. Okay. So the planning condition is to tie it to the site plan. I thought perhaps they might have asked for tying it to elevations, elevations showing that there are no side walls. But anyway, that's also an option. Members?
Just give some comments, because I know that neighborhood very well. Some of you know I grew up in North York, and I didn't grow up that far from that street. So I've been on that street as a kid, and I know what the people sort of in that neighborhood kind of expect if they're still the same kind of people that were there when I was growing up. So I'm surprised there's not more opposition to this. I looked through the streetscape, and it's pretty consistent, except for the one that the applicant mentioned. That said, we don't have a negative staff report. We don't have a whole neighborhood outcry. We're setting a bit of a precedent.
You do have both immediate neighbors objecting, one in person and one through letter.
Oh, okay, but through letter. So that would not be surprising to me, knowing what I know about those residents in that neighborhood, if they're anything like what they were when I grew up. I'd be a little hesitant to just give carte blanche on this. Like, I understand what the chair said about putting some restrictions on. So I'm still kind of on the fence here, but and I'm not going to propose a motion, but I'd say that if any motion goes forward, it ought to be something that restricts.
We're kind of, no.
We're done with you, please.
We're done, thanks.
Okay, so that's my comment. I would, if there isn't a motion to approve, I would hope that the chair's comments would be taken into account in terms of trying to maintain the character of that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand that it's a bit unusual for the neighborhood to have a structure like that. In my opinion, it's not, it wouldn't have a big impact given that it's the height of the existing garage and it's open. And I would tie it to the elevations as well to ensure that it does stay open. But I think it's interesting to note that the next door neighbor who was objecting said that he didn't notice the other carport that was used as an example in the neighborhood. He didn't even realize that was there. So to me, that's an indication that you probably wouldn't notice it. It wouldn't stand out like a sore thumb. Yes, it projects out, but I don't think it would have too much of a negative impact on the neighborhood.
Fair enough. I think he would argue that if you're not living next door, you might not notice it, but if you're living next door, you will.
True.
But fair. Any other?
I think I would agree with Ms. Casson because I think it's I would say it like there is no like kind of a unacceptable adverse impact. So yeah. In this case, Not sure if Cassie, you would like to make a motion. Yes. Yes, you can go ahead. Yes.
Ms. Casey?
Mr. Chair, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve, subject to the condition in the planning report that says that the front yard setback be developed as shown on the site plan drawing attached to this report, and I would say also substantially in accordance with the elevation drawings that were submitted to committee.
Yeah, and you can actually specify that even further, saying that the elevation, you're doing the elevation drawings to ensure that it remains an open concept.
Sure. So to tack on to what I said, to ensure that the sides of the carport remain open.
And
Open and unenclosed, thank you.
also forestry 2 and 3, I believe.
Sorry, and forestry 2 and 3, I'm sorry.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Fazili. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's approved on a split decision, 3-2. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And thank you to Mr. Krull. Okay, our next item this afternoon is number 12, and this is for 719 WOBURN Avenue. This is a proposal to construct a new dwelling with a rear deck and a rear walkout. There are 4 variances being requested. This application is a deferral from February 1st. We have on file a arborist report and transportation saying that they are okay. There are 3 letters of objection, and that's all I think we have on this. The agent is Jonathan Binkowski. And,
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. If you can do a presentation for us, please.
Yes, please. If we could bring up the support material I filed. So along this stretch of Woburn, between Bathurst and the adjacent park, a couple doors down to the east, this is really essentially one of only 3 lots or existing bungalows that has not been redeveloped with a new house. So on either side of this new dwelling is newly constructed dwellings that both essentially mirror the garage with 2 functional floors of living, albeit with small reverse slope garages on the adjacent dwellings. Now, in terms of the variances that are before you today, I did submit some material from the original hearing date that was deferred due to an error in the description of what was being proposed, where it was proposing it as a 1-story dwelling, not a 2-story dwelling. I'm just going to just give it a sec to see if we have my support stuff. That's it there. Yes, if we go to page 2, please. Yeah, so in terms of the variances itself, in terms of the side main wall height, there is a grade difference as we come from the front to the rear of the property. That grade difference mitigates the impact of the 0.5 meter increase in the main wall height from the front to the back. So permitted is 8 meters, we're proposing 7.5 meters. As we get to the rear yard, due to that 0.99 meter grade difference, that main wall height is actually only 7.6 meters. Now that does 2 things. That limits the impact of that height increase as it relates to the building length increase. And not only does it do that, it also pushes the rear deck down, which mitigates privacy and overlook into those adjacent properties on the east and the west, because again, generally when we have that integral garage with the 2 floors of living above it, it brings the deck up a little bit more. In this case, the deck is only 1.45 meters above grade, which essentially would be about 0.25 meters over the standard 1.2 meter first floor above grade. We have on the plans proposed the privacy screening on both the east and the west side to mitigate that impact. In terms of the privacy and overlook as it would relate, again, to the additional length that is being requested, those first 2 windows you see there are both in washrooms. They are not in primary rooms. In terms of the west elevation, there are no windows proposed along that side. The third window we see here is in a bedroom, but that again would essentially line up with the adjacent dwelling sidewall, which is the standard sidewall condition within the city. In terms of the variance for the stair width, that stair width there is being shielded by an architectural feature that I pointed out there. So again, mitigating the look of a wider stair is again a architectural feature that will take away from that look from the streetscape itself. If we could go to the next page, please. I've also taken the City of Toronto mapping, and essentially if we zoom in, I've taken the proposed building length as it relates to the front and the rear yard setback, and I've drawn a continuous line to show that this is not the introduction of a building length or a rear wall that isn't already existing within the neighborhood itself. As we see to the west, as we get closer to Bathurst, those dwellings are pushed a little bit more towards Woburn, but again, would be very similar in terms of the building length that is being proposed before you today. In my opinion, the application meets the 4 tests. We have no comments from planning. Transportation is okay. And in fact, we don't even have any forestry conditions that are being requested. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee might have at this time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Nope. Okay, we have speakers on the line for this item. Jamie Buzzin at 636 Bedford.
Me?
Yeah, apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
No, you got it right. Most people don't. I appreciate that. I submitted a follow-up objection letter. There was one originally with the first application, but then it was deferred by about a month or so. So I'm hoping that you have the more recent one. It's all there. I just want to draw your attention to three issues. Speaking first to the length of the house going back, if we go back to the diagram that was just presented, what you will see, however, is that the wall, as it comes back, is the full width of the house. So the rear limit of the house, the extension, it's the full width, as opposed to the houses which are on either side, which don't go that far back. Also, the deck that's being proposed as part of the build is over 300 square feet, which makes it almost the size of some condominiums downtown. And I'm concerned that the actual living area, and my house actually abuts from the back, so I'm sort of directly behind that house. What it does is it brings the living area much further back, and I have privacy concerns. That's issue number one. Issue number two is more technical, and that is this application was deferred, and part of the reason for the deferral is that the notification was in error. I think it originally said it was a single-story build, and it's obviously a two-story build. But also there were some other issues there that were incorrect. The request was originally for a variance increasing the coverage. It said 35%, but it was actually 36%. But there's still an error in the existing notification in that the drawing or the rendering that's in support of the application is actually supported by a survey that was incorrectly taken. So you'll see there's a lot of filings on this file, but the applicant actually had to refile their survey because I noted, like I had a meeting with their consultants, and I noted that their original survey was incorrect. Unfortunately, they're still using that first survey as part of the notification. But I think the biggest problem with this application, and again, I think it's technical, is The process itself, I don't think can go forward today because the application itself hasn't been properly signed. So the very first document that's been filed in support of this application is the application form itself. And if you look at the rules, which is on page 4 of that application, what it requires at point number 2 is that the authorization form is signed by all the registered owners of the property. Now, if you look at the people that are registered on title, it's my understanding that it's Kayla Madison Burstein and Blake Isaac Libfeld. If you go to the actual form authorizing the agent, these are per signatures. So in other words, nobody has actually signed this. Kayla Burstein and Blake Libfeld have not signed this document. Therefore, nobody has actually been conferred agency. I am no longer a solicitor. I used to practice as a lawyer. The use of the per signature requires some elements. Even if this application allowed for somebody to sign it as a per document, it hasn't been properly done. We don't know who actually put pen to paper here. To my eye, those signatures look identical. And your rules, I didn't make them, actually require that all property owners sign the application form. I can tell you, again, I'm no longer practicing, but I used to be a civil litigator, and I used to practice commercial real estate E&O work. The reason that you want property owners to sign an application is to make sure that there's no fraud or that everybody has proper notice. And when I say everybody, I don't just mean the neighbors, but I mean the applicants themselves. We don't know whether they are in divorce or not in divorce or whether they're in agreement, because there's nothing that's before you today in the entire record that bears their signature. I have not dealt with them. I've only dealt with the architect, and I've only had conversations with the planner, and I've only had conversations with the parent of one of the owners. I've never actually spoken to the owners, even though I've requested that to be the case. So it's not clear to me that this is a proper application that's before you, and I think it should be dismissed. I think I have other neighbors who are going to speak more to how they're impacted by the side of the property. I will say one last thing. That property floods at the back every single spring. I've been living here for almost 20 years. And I'm concerned that with the amount of coverage that's there, particularly with the swimming pool that's
We're not going to
planned,
get into...
we're going to have significant flooding.
Okay, we're not going to get into drainage issues. We're not, it's not
Okay,
within our
fair
purview
enough.
to discuss that. So I gather you've wrapped up?
Yep.
I have one question for you. The survey that's on file is dated January 25th, 2024. Are you suggesting that it does not reflect what is currently there?
I'm suggesting to you there was a revised notification that was sent to the neighbors after the deferral. If you look at the revised application, which fixed some of the errors that were there originally, they still did not fix the correct rendering of the drawing. So it doesn't matter what's been filed generally.
So your issue is not with the survey then, because you had expressed an issue with the survey. Your issue is with...
I want to make sure I'm expressing myself clearly. I originally objected to their survey. It was incorrect.
Okay,
I met with their architect.
Okay.
They sent out the surveyor again. They did a new survey. That new survey is part of the filings. Unfortunately, the rendering, which is part of the support materials in the revised notification. So as a result of the deferral, a new notification was sent out, uses the old property lines from the first survey they took, which is incorrect. So practically speaking, the application is still incorrect because it doesn't have the right survey.
Well, it has the correct survey, but what you're saying is our site plan is incorrect.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
Because you confused me when you said the survey, there's an issue with the survey.
Sorry, I apologize. But yeah, if you look at the site plan, and it goes, this issue came about because I was concerned about, the original drawing did not reflect a fence line, and it showed those trees at the back in an incorrect position. So I asked them to correct it. They did, but they're still using the wrong rendering.
Well, if they corrected it, then how is it the wrong rendering? So it's the old site plan is what you're saying.
I'll go through it again. I'm going to go through it again. There are 2 site plans that have been filed in support of this application. Okay. The second one is correct. Unfortunately, when the city sent out the revised notice,
I got it. So when people were to go online, they would have been looking at the old site plan, not the new one, which we have before us now.
correct. That's issue number 1. And then the second issue is whether or not it's properly before you at all because it hasn't been properly signed.
Well, the signature issue, I'm going to refer to staff. I'm not going to sit in judgment of that.
Okay, fair enough. As long as somebody looks at it, I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Larry?
Well, I've got some questions. So, of the person who's just presented, and the first one is in relation to the allegation that the application wasn't signed correctly.
Yes.
I'm looking at the letter that you provided. Is it in the letter that you provided? I see that your letter does talk about the survey, but does it talk about this technical error?
Yes.
It does? What?
Yes.
Maybe you could point out in your letter because I'm having trouble understanding it.
Scroll down.
Where is it?
Can you scroll down?
Well, I've got your letter in front of me on my computer, and I'm just looking at it, and I see, where is it talking about the signatures?
Which letter are you looking at? Are you looking at the original letter
I
of
see.
objection or
Okay,
the
so you're
second?
saying it has not been signed by either of the property owners. Okay.
Correct.
The use
That's a
of
requirement.
color
If you go-
signing does not comply with the necessary requirements of all property owners sign. So you're saying, so basically you're trying to knock this out on a technicality, right?
I'm trying to make sure that the record is proper because this is the second go around. And the first go around, the record was very confusing and incorrect. And when I look at this again, I'm concerned because we had an improper survey the first go around, an improper notification, and we have multiple extensive requests for variance here. My concern is that if we're going to ask for this, that we have a proper record. Now you can call it a technicality, but I don't think it's a technicality. I think it's actually pretty serious. You want to make sure that you have the right people before you, and I don't think you do.
Okay. So,
because I've only dealt with the father. I've not dealt with the property.
all right. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a suggestion here, given that we have legal issues before us. I don't know if staff can answer them here. Maybe we go, but my inclination would be, and again, I'm not the chair, but we go back to the applicant and ask them if they can resolve the issue. If the issue can't be resolved, I'd rather bring a motion right now to defer it.
Absolutely.
Please, can be resolved and forget
Okay,
about
so-
hearing everybody else, because we're going to spend a lot of time here, and we're going to end up on a technicality, not being able to hear the
Okay,
application.
so normally we would hear from the other area residents and then go back to the applicant.
Right, but it seems to be a waste of time.
No, I understand that, but so, I mean, I don't mind going to the applicant now, but then the applicant, out of due process, will want to be able to respond to the other neighbors as well. So we're going to be asked.
Definitely, but what I'm suggesting to you is, again, it's your decision as the chair.
Well, I'm going to ask staff in terms of the signature issue. I think the site plan versus the survey issue has been resolved.
Right.
So I just would like to get an opinion from staff on the signature issue.
Right, right.
So perhaps we'd go to that now. So, Mr. Lamb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of whether I can comment on it, I cannot. I don't have a legal background enough to know whether the PER is applicable or valid in this case.
So, Mr. Chair, what I do if I were the chair, but you're the chair.
That's, well, today.
I would go back to the applicant
Yeah.
and see if they can address it. If they can't address it adequately, I'm prepared to bring a motion to defer it. Because if we've got a legal issue before us, I don't want us to go through.
No,
the whole
absolutely.
process
No, and
with
let's not,
everybody's
yeah,
time
we're already halfway through it, so
So I
let's.
would just go back to the applicant. If the applicant can't address it, I'll bring a motion
Okay.
to defer.
Okay, Mr. Binkowski, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the issue is, you know, did your clients, i.e. the owners of this property, sign the application? Or did someone do it on their behalf?
Mr. Chair, I have no idea, but what I can tell you is the application was accepted by the Committee of Adjustment. I do a fair amount of these, and I can tell you if there's not proper signatures, it doesn't even get to one hearing, let alone two. That's really the best thing I can tell you. I wasn't involved in that portion. I'm involved in the representation here. I wasn't the one who made the application to the Committee of Adjustment, but again, I would just say that applications are vetted through pre-screening and wouldn't be accepted if there was an issue. That's really the only thing I can comment on that.
Fair enough. Sorry, could get some questions from.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to add a quick comment, I mean, if the applicant doesn't see any issue here and they aren't requesting a deferral, I'd be happy to hear the file. And if there is an issue with respect to the requirements, then frankly, it seems like our decision will just be tossed out but maybe that's a question for staff. But I think if the applicant is comfortable moving forward, then I'm fine to hear the full submission.
Okay, Larry, you're the lawyer on our panel.
Well, as the lawyer, I'd rather not hear it because I'm going to have to vote against it based on the fact that we've got an allegation that it wasn't signed by the proper party. The applicant admitted that he never saw a person sign it, so we don't have any evidence before us that it was properly signed. All we have is tangential information that it wouldn't be before us unless it was right, and I don't accept that. So I would like to know that.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Swartz, we're often not present when the authorization is signed. It's generally done digitally.
I'm not blaming you.
Mostly today anyway.
I'm not blaming you. I'm saying there's an allegation saying it wasn't signed properly, and you can't testify that it was. So we don't have anybody saying that this was signed properly. We have an allegation against it. We don't have any legal advice saying that this is correct. And I'd have to vote against it based on that information. If I have to vote against it, why vote against it based on, why not just defer it, let you get everything all lined up, come back, and that way we don't have to deal with that issue. But for me, as a lawyer, I can't vote in favor of something when I've heard that there's a technical problem with who's signed it, and I don't have any evidence to the contrary. That's all. So that's why I would even bring the motion now. I don't want to go through and waste all our time with this whole process. I don't know how many other people on the panel agree with me, but that's my feeling. Unless I have evidence against it, I got an allegation that it's not properly brought. I don't want to refuse it because it may be a legitimate application otherwise, but I don't want to hear it because it sounds like there's some kind of technical breach of our process, and so I'd rather just defer it. That's all.
Jonathan, you don't have access to the owner right now, like they're not with you, I'm assuming.
No, I don't, Mr. Chair, no.
Well,
I don't know if that would
Mr.
satisfy.
Chair, I would just request one thing. If this is a deferral, I would request that it comes out as a decision of deferral that is sent out is the one thing I would ask.
Yeah, that's what I would do because before even getting to the merits, there may be legitimate merits to approve this, but I defer it just on the basis of the technical issue. Let him get his signature. Let him either provide evidence that it's correct, which he may be able to do, or get it fixed up, which he can probably do too, and that way we can come forward. This whole objection is satisfied, and then we can deal with the proper merits of the hearing. But I don't want to have to hear something that I know I'm going to have to vote against because there's been an allegation and it hasn't been refuted, right? So I think it's premature. So that's why I'd go for deferral. So I'd put on the floor a motion now to defer it, everybody agrees, then they can come back. That way they can expedite their process. But I think if we refuse it, then we're setting them back. And
Okay, if we're going to defer, we should also let the other speakers who have been waiting on the line understand what we're doing and why.
well, I hope they understand. Like, the people are all opposed anyway. So
No,
I think, Mr. Chair, if I could just make one comment. Based, I guess, upon what Mr. Schwartz said, well, I'm going to ask for a deferral now because I've already been told I don't have a vote for approval. That's already been decided. So I don't think it's correct even to now go if I've already been told that no matter what the merits aren't met in his eyes, regardless of the variances. So I don't.
Well,
I don't
Mr.
think
Schwartz
we
would be
can
one
move
vote. Not necessarily. We wouldn't necessarily all vote that way.
I'm aware of that,
but
Mr.
that's
Chair,
fair.
but I just.
But that's a smart decision because that way he can.
But if you're going to request,
he's got a professional obligation.
no, if you're going to request for the deferral, then that's fine. We can vote on the deferral. Larry, you going to?
So motion to defer this matter until the technical issue
Is resolved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree that if you're going to move towards a deferral, you should unmute the other neighbor to let them know.
Okay, let's.
Or the other two neighbors. Everybody online.
Well, typically we do.
Everybody online should get a chance to respond to the deferral.
Oh, to the
We typically do in all
Yeah,
cases.
we won't address the merits. We'll just speak to the deferral.
Okay.
So Hallie Weiss is the next speaker. Is that correct?
But they can only reply just to the deferral,
Yeah.
not to the app.
Exactly. Do we have Hallie on the line? Good afternoon. Can we try for Jennifer Bouvard while we're waiting?
It just
Through,
might be okay.
through you, Mr. Chair, I've unmuted both Hallie and Lindsay Weiss.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
this is Lindsay Weiss. I'm Haley's
just as a-
husband.
May, just before we get to them, I think the only thing they really need to do is if they object to the deferral motion. They don't have to speak in favor.
That's exactly what.
That's what they're doing, Mr. Schwartz. They're only speaking to the deferral at this point and whether they understand it. That's it.
Okay.
Good afternoon to the committee. It's Lindsay Weiss. I'm Haley's husband. We are owners of 717. We're to the west. I understand the deferral. I have no issues with that, and will voice my objections in the next round of whenever that comes out to the committee.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Jennifer Bouvard, is that the next person?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we were unable to get a hold of Jennifer Bouvard.
Okay, so let's come back to committee. Mr. Schwartz, I believe you're going to make a motion.
Okay, so my motion is to defer this matter until the issue that's being raised on the legality of the application can be resolved.
Okay, seconder. Okay, Marianne, seconds. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we're deferring on a split decision. Thank you to everyone for our indulgence on this one. You guys want to do a 5-minute, 10-minute break? Okay, 10-minute break.
Sorry? I could ask.
I think you could call in, but I feel it's more effective if. Yeah. I was surprised. Well, maybe if two neighbors, both sides. I mean, there was a letter of objection, but. I don't know, didn't make arguments on shadow, line of sight. I don't know if he actually brought it up, did he? No. Yeah. Yeah, I think you just have to be very objective.
It's not a problem.
Yeah, I didn't understand why she needed the cardboard.
But she was using the basement for.
Yeah, the garage.
Safety, the garage was
Yeah,
a safety house. Safety. So she wanted something to cover her car, which I could appreciate. I sort of, I have to see it. Just because of the visual work. But on the other hand, she was nice. So. I'm just sort of, I have to say, I'm surprised this hasn't come to us before. Particularly that was because we have the shed. I'm surprised.
I think that's a reason to object because this is the first pass. There wasn't careful consideration, there was no.
We're two minds. Have you spoken to him? I met him twice. I met him twice. Once when he came to check some renovations, repairs that have been done. And then last summer I texted him. His trees were going over onto our roof and were ruining the tiles on the roof. So I asked him if I could trim those. And legally we were entitled to trim what was on our side, but we had a tree company there doing work in the back. And they talked to them and they said, you know, like, if you want to keep a healthy tree, trim it right at the front, not halfway. So I went there and I said, well, this is what they said yesterday. And he was very amenable. He said, right here. I said, no,
Hi, honey. Tony and I are just at the committee adjustment thing. The house that's being built next door. Yeah, so we've been here since 2 o'clock. Well, talked to a lot of different, obviously, different people. Anyway, what's happening? What?
Small ones, you know, take those down.
What happened? What'd you do? Yeah.
Circumference, definitely around 30.
Who was it who replaced the part? Your buddy? Well, it's Oh, you're at the place now. Oh.
Basically, when I heard it, that would be back to the
Yeah, you may have to rent a car for the time being. Yes. Yeah, we said for that, we'll give it to you tomorrow night.
I need to get my.
All right.
How much is he renting the house?
Yeah, we can pick you up. Okay. Okay. All right, bye.
We go going through,
Yeah.
what's the one?
How long have you been in Gilgorm?
Over 40 years.
I'm 24 this year.
Yeah. Oh, it was fast, eh?
Yeah.
People from the June and Israel.
That's right.
Yes. I think Jim had passed away already, so you never met Jim.
No,
You were like
You would
super guy. Super guy. We got, she's 7 and 5 others street. And each time it's gone. Up and
Oh, yeah.
just the journey of where our house is like built down there.
All of the old houses on our street are going to be
The
built
work
down.
we've done on it, it's still an old town house. They built one of those. But it's a great neighborhood, great area to live. How's your job going? You still on the Arctic tourism?
I am, but I do have a new job, so I have to resign tomorrow and move on to the next job.
So what's your new job?
I look after customer experience, which is all about making things run really smooth for customers to generate, more business, right?
For which company? The same company?
Right now, it's for an expedition, a full expedition cruise company.
Right.
Next company will be for HR services, group retirement, group benefits, job placement.
That's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
Mhm.
That'll be a lot of headaches with that, with
Yeah,
HR.
yeah. You know what? I've done. Luckily I've moved probably 4 different industries. I used to be in food manufacturing, Nestle, Kraft, Nestle buildings right, down the street. And then I moved to insurance with Aviva, Manulife.
All with experience. in the
Yeah,
same
customer.
area.
Yeah, more or less customer experience. And then most recently in hospitality, and travel, and now just going to another industry.
So far, what's been your favorite industry?
You know what? I think this one now. The current one. It's fun, right? But the thing is, with customer experience, it's all about strategy. It's all about problem solving. There comes a time where you have done, as much problem solving as you can. The major problems and the problems that are left to address become smaller and smaller. So you just want to, keep challenging yourself. And then also with how the workforce today is, when someone decides, hey, you know what, we're not getting enough benefit out of this position, they'll just, cut the position, right? And you'll be left, looking for a job.
Exactly.
And it takes a long time in that field because not every company has these roles, strategy roles. It's not like finance. Like every company has a finance role, and you cannot overlook finance tasks. Someone has to fill a spreadsheet. Someone has to pull a lever. Someone has to do something. Right? But for strategy roles, these are problems, and problems don't always have to be solved, right? Yeah, so whenever they're looking for cost cutting, usually these positions are first to go. And then also, there are not that many of these positions. So, yeah.
I'd actually never heard of positions like that. Interesting.
But it makes it fun. I really enjoy problem solving.
And you're able to work out of the house?
I do, but I do enjoy going into the office a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, knowing that I was going to leave, I started working from home the past few months. And you kind of go batty. So every day now I go for a 30-minute walk, which is good.
Very smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe working from home 2 days a week is it is good that you don't have meetings at 10, you can focus on getting things done. But yeah, it's probably getting the balance.
Totally. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a different world since COVID. So many more people are here. Totally changed.
How old are the granddaughters? I haven't seen them for a
They're
while.
getting, one is 19 and one's 17.
Oh, gosh.
19-year-old Western, and the 17-year-old son is 5 at Live, but doesn't know what college she's going to do.
I think the last time I saw them, oldest would have been 5 or 6, I think. I think so.
They're young ladies now.
Yeah.
They're good kids.
Yeah, they're good. They're keen to get to, they like school, which has always been a good thing.
Yes, thankfully.
They had problems with getting to go to school, they like studying. See how they do. I think they encountered the same challenges you're seeing in terms of trying to get into college. Standards are pretty high. The younger one wants to go to business, and she would like to go to the Rotten School of Business. But she has some pretty younger grades to get into these things. So we'll just see what happens. So, kids found Forest Hill great school?
Yeah, unfortunately, they had 2 years of COVID.
Yeah. It's such a difference. It's affected a lot of kids.
I still feel affected, by it, and especially since I've been working from home the last 2 months, I feel it, and that's why, I kind of make sure I get out.
Yeah. Oh, that was such a frightening period. When I think back upon it, it's like surreal. Did we really go through that? This is quite remarkable. But we made it out the other side, so.
Oh, we can do it. We can do it. You weren't here that. You were here 2 weeks ago. No, you guys finished the right? It's 3:30. That is the.
They're doing well, they're traveling, they're in Hong Kong. I don't know how many more times they'll be going, because they, I think my dad is 82 or 83. I don't know their exact age, because they go by the Chinese calendar sometimes, and it doesn't quite align.
So how much difference
Oh,
is
it's a
it in
huge,
years?
it's a huge difference. The birthdays never fall on the same day.
Right.
So, some years they'll have 2 birthdays and stuff like that. So I know it's just roughly about 82 to 84.
Yeah. Well, that's convenient.
Yeah.
You can be younger or older,
Yeah.
whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I don't think my dad truly knows how old he is. And then I think when we immigrated to Canada, I think he probably put a few years younger because he thought it was beneficial to
He was
be
right.
younger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was absolutely right. Yeah.
So,
When did you immigrate to Canada?
1975.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, so because you have no accent at all. How old were you as a child?
Yeah, I was 5 years old.
Did you speak English?
No, very tough. And I grew up in a blue-collar neighborhood, and there weren't many Asians around, so I had a pretty tough upbringing. Yeah.
How long did it take you to from you sort of being young and
You know, I mean, I got here and then I went into junior kindergarten, right? And I don't know, it's probably, a couple of years before you were able to really communicate effectively.
What a sense of
Yeah.
isolation.
Yeah.
I can imagine for an adult living with a child. Your parents speak English.
No, not when they arrive now. My dad does, and my mom still speaks, kind of broken English.
That would be very hard for her. I
Yeah.
think about that because it's so hard to live in that when you're older.
Yes.
And so when people immigrate and you can't speak the language, God, talk about isolation. But there is a huge Asian population here, so that's helpful.
I would say now, but 1975 was it was mostly immigrants from Europe, Italians,
Yeah.
lots of Italians.
Yeah.
Okay, we back on?
No.
Okay. Jordan, I need your camera.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Who's on? Someone's unmuted there. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. We're back at item 13, and Mr. Schwartz, I believe you have a conflict on this one, if you could.
Right,
tell
so
us.
I'm declaring a conflict on item 13. I have a relative who owns property on that block, so I will recuse myself.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so on that footnote, welcome, good afternoon. Item 13 is 18 Burnaby Boulevard. This is an application to permit the installation of a new pool and pool cabana in the rear yard of the subject property. There is one variance being requested. We have advisory comments from Metrolinx. We have an arborist report. We have an objection from number 16, and there is a revised site plan which came in yesterday. And that's all we have. Alan Fernandez, agent for this item, online. Do we have Mr. Fernandez?
You guys hear me?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello?
Hi. Okay, if you could please give us a presentation.
Sure thing.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we need the
sent
agent's
over-
name and address.
Okay, sorry. He's not okay, you haven't pre-registered. Sorry. So we're going to get if we can get your name and address for the record.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. My name is Alan Fernandez of Solda Pools. Address for our company, 76 Orlando Road in Brampton, Ontario, with regards to 18 Burnaby Boulevard in Toronto.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a project that seems to be somewhat underway already. Maybe you can sort of explain
Sure thing.
what's going on.
Yeah, so we obtained the necessary permits back in, I believe it was 2021 or 22. I can't remember. It's been quite some time. For a installation of a pool and fence enclosure with some patio and landscaping around. The pool installation was installed and fence enclosure permit was closed over the past year. And we've had a complaint from a neighbor with regards to the softscape and hardscape bylaw that's present in the city of Toronto. Our address was to allow for a 12% difference with the softscape bylaw being at 38% rather than 50%, just based on a few factors. I believe I had sent over a few comments that, and I'd reached out to confirm, yep, that's it right there. So just to sort of walk through these notes really quickly, and I'm just going to read off of here. So obviously we wanted to ensure that the surface drainage, which was primarily one of the biggest concerns of ours, obviously being in a tighter neighborhood and being concerned with it. So our preliminary sort of ruling was that we'd stay back 12 to 18 inches at a minimum along all property lines, along all fence lines to ensure adequate drainage for the neighbors that match the grades that were existing. In addition to that, we also, at great cost to the homeowner and great expense, we added in a 7-foot deep galvanized dry well for additional drainage, and actually tied in a weeping tile that flows throughout the property, creating a French drain effect through the whole site that tied into that drainage well. The entire space is backfilled with 3/4 clear gravel to allow for adequate drainage. We also have the turf area that was installed, and the biggest thing to note for the turf is that without the turf, and if we had just done regular sod, we would have been at the 50% coverage rate. The reason we did the turf is obviously for usable space, given, again, like I said, the smaller lot and tighter yard. And the turf that we ended up using was a highly permeable synthetic turf, which has a permeability rate of 180 millimeters per hour of rainfall. So it has adequate capabilities, and it was backfilled with, like I said, 3/4 clear gravel and HPB to allow for adequate drainage. A comment made for the client was that also, given that the site was a north-facing yard, if you just scroll up a page there, right there, the second north-facing yard, given that the site is a north-facing yard and has a large tree within proximity, the height of the house and that tree casted quite a bit of shade over the yard, which causes a few issues with vegetation growth, including sod, as you can probably see from those pictures from when we first visited the site. So in order to introduce some green color as well as allowing for usable space, ended up going with that highly permeable synthetic sod within the site. And then just towards the end of my document, the 4th page there, if you just scroll down there, we also addressed that there's a significant site elevation change from front yard to rear, that one there, that picture. So it made construction very difficult, and in turn, it also makes it very difficult for the maintenance of the site. In the event that the homeowner did end up putting grass, it would make it incredibly difficult for them to maintain that on a weekly basis. And the clients deemed it to be not feasible, which again is why we ended up doing that AstroTurf area. But the reason, again, that we went with the highly costly synthetic sod that was permeable. So because of those reasons, we're hoping to get approval from the committee of the 12% difference with regards to the softscaping.
Okay, thank you.
I'm open to answering any questions at this time.
I have a couple for starters before I turn it over to panel members. So the artificial material that you're installing, you're saying that that is permeable, and does the city recognize that as permeable, or are they saying that that's a hard surface, considered hard surface?
So we are aware that the city of Toronto has deemed synthetic sod as considered a hardscape material. However, that's part of the reason why we went and actually got a more permeable substance to allow.
Okay, but that's
for
what I'm referring to, is this more
permeability.
permeable substance. Does the city recognize that as hard or soft?
I'm not entirely sure of that. The hope is that the city does acknowledge it to be a a
So
permeable
so
substance
in your coverage,
allows us to
okay, so
prevent
in your coverage calculation, are you including that as hard or as soft?
So at the moment, that's considered as the hardscape.
Hardscaping. So what you're saying is that potentially based on the performance standards of what you're installing, you're actually doing something better than what you're asking the variance to be. I'm not sure if I phrased
Yeah,
that
so
correctly.
what we're asking is that we use that synthetic sod as a softscape material, which then raises our percentage on our plan.
What would be your percentage if that were to be considered softscape?
The percentage would be back up towards the 50 range.
Close to, but not necessarily at. Okay.
I believe it would be at the rate of the 50% coverage.
That's fair. So my second question has to do with a site plan that I believe you have, it's part of the package, it's indicated as construction drawing number 13. And on that site plan, you have a property line crossing the drawing, and you've got construction that's taking place past the property line. Can you explain that?
Sure. So given that the existing fence lines were there, we maintained those fence lines for the project. And to ensure that we were still compliant with that property line, the actual pool and all its permanent plumbing is all within the pool code of 1.2 meters from all property lines. Given that the adjacent properties all appear to continue with that fence line and maintain that same sort of setback over that property line, we've conducted ourselves the same way and proceeded with just using hardscape material that
okay, but
in the event if there were any
what I'm
issues
concerned
with
about here is, you know, do you have authority to build on that? I mean, you've got the cabana shown, this isn't just softscaping, you've got a cabana shown crossing that property line, like one of the washrooms.
Sorry?
One of your washrooms crosses that property line.
So that's just the storage section of the cabana at the moment.
Well, on the drawing, you have a
no
toilet and
plumbing or
sink
anything.
indicated there.
That did not end up happening. The homeowners elected to keep that as a storage space at the moment.
So is this drawing incorrect then?
I apologize, I can't see the plan that you have.
This is dated April 27th, 2023. You have it as construction drawing number 13.
Yes, so that drawing is not up to date at this exact moment.
So can you tell us what is the up-to-date and proper site plan?
So if you scroll up to the previous drawing up above, so that is what we've currently proposed and installed at the moment.
Okay, and where is the property line on that one?
Was not reflected on this plan.
Okay, so when you do your area calculations, what area are you representing? Are you representing up to the property line or past?
I believe this plan was represented up to the fence lines.
So, in fact, beyond what is the property line?
Yes.
Okay. So, we've got a technical problem here too, because is the adjacent neighbor then in agreement that you have some kind of prescriptive right or adverse possession right over that land?
So we are unaware if the owner of that land, which actually is not the one in behind, but if you scroll over to the right side of the survey there, so to the right side of the survey, we are under the assumption at the moment that it is of the ownership of lot or number 42 on the right there.
Lot 42.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, and number 592. Yeah,
Okay.
so we are not 100% certain at the moment, but at the moment, given that the fences have been there for years, per our clients' comments.
Yeah, I understand that, but
assume to use
I mean, if you to gain again, we've lost our lawyer because he's declared conflict. But my understanding of the law on that is that if you haven't actually established a adverse possession, then it's not your property. So how do you justify building on it? Again, this is a potential. I don't know if I go back to staff on this. But I'm assuming we can't approve construction on someone else's property without having legal confirmation that can be done.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that's correct.
So we have a problem with this application similar to the one we just deferred.
Okay.
Right?
I understand.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it would also be to the applicant's benefit to get this matter resolved
prior to construction.
Particularly because even if they got an approval, if it's determined that the calculations are based off of some softscaping that is being taken from a neighboring lot, the
calculations change.
The variance is going to change, yeah, and they're going to be back to square one. So I think it's best to defer this to get that matter sorted. Actually, when you made the comment about the property line, I frankly missed it myself, and I scratched my head because you're just not used to seeing that. But yeah, absolutely, the survey confirms that. So I think it would definitely be to the applicant's benefit and to the committee's benefit to defer this application.
I would just add that the applicant might want to check with zoning about the definition of soft landscaping and see whether this permeable turf that they've proposed meets the City of Toronto bylaw.
If it does, then they potentially could either greatly reduce or potentially even eliminate the variance. But
they wouldn't even have to come back. They could withdraw the application in that case if they were to accept that.
Yeah, I suspect they won't accept it. But
yeah, I mean, frankly, I will say this. I mean, given the degree of hardscape at the backyard, I'm frankly a little bit uncomfortable with the variance. I mean, I think the applicant needs to afford not only themselves but the other neighbors something in the back, something that can support growth, right? And I agree, drainage, I don't have an issue. That's a building code thing.
I think technically,
from a zoning perspective,
the pool area is considered soft landscape.
It is the water,
right?
Yeah, so. But.
Okay, do we still have someone online to speak to this as well?
Yes, I'm still here.
No, I believe there was a neighbor, Susan Stern.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe they are present. I'm going to unmute them now.
Sorry, so Alan, if I can get you to hold on for a minute, I'm just going to check in with Susan on the issue of deferral.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Stern?
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What we're considering doing here is deferring this item because we're not comfortable with what they're proposing in terms of their survey. So we're not really asking you at this point in terms of the merits of the application, but just your opinion on us deferring this to another time.
I don't know exactly what I could say about that, except that I believe that some of the information that was submitted, as I already stated in my submission, is inaccurate. I think the representative there from the pool company suggested that the existing the project is completed and it doesn't match the diagram that he just said is what's existing.
Okay,
As
well,
you can see from,
we're questioning
yeah.
some of the diagrams as well, and that's why we're suggesting we're going to defer this. So I'm assuming you have no issue with us doing that.
Correct.
Thank you. Just wanted to get, you know, out of respect of you hanging on the line to speak to this, we just wanted to make clear to you what it is that we're thinking of doing. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I bring it back to committee. Is someone ready for a motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I bring a motion to defer the subject application to allow the applicant time to make necessary revisions as we discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Ms. Kaysen, second. All in favor? Okay, the item is deferred. We can get Larry back if someone can find him. So item 14, I'm just going to wait till we get a full panel back, but I'm going to just do a brief introduction. Item 14 is for 67 Gilgorm Road, and this is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. Is Mr. Schwartz back there?
I'll check here, but I think he might have.
He was expecting us to take a while on that previous one. No? Okay.
I did notify it, but perhaps.
Okay, well, we'll continue. I mean, if worse comes to worse, we'll just have to mark Larry absent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you proceed to hear evidence that Mr. Schwartz cannot vote.
Is there?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome back. So item 14, number 67 Gilgorm Road, a proposal to construct a new dwelling. There are a total of 7 requested variances. We have advisory comments from Metrolinx. Forestry is requesting condition 3. There are 2 letters of objection, both from the immediate neighbors. And we have an applicant and neighbors online to speak to this issue. Mr. Ali Shakari.
Sir, Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. My apologies for the name. If you could please give us a presentation.
Indeed, these are several minor variances. If I can have my support material displayed, I will explain that variance number 1, 2, and 4 are speaking about that front porch and the level of the entrance. Variance number 3 is a technical. I still don't see my support material on display, so that would help me explain this better. Variance number 6 is the floor space index, which is, yeah, that's number A is speaking about the third variance. That's a technicality. This lot must be 7.6 meter wide to allow a driveway. That's the variance number 3. While the front lot line is slightly angled, you can read that is 7.62, which is more than 7.6 meters. But when we measure it vertically between the two parallel lines, it's a slightly about 2 centimeters short. That is a technical variance we're asking here. And if we go to the comparable pages, I have pages 4 and onwards. Next page, please, and next page. These are like we have done a case study in the neighborhood to make sure the floor space, the side yards, the building height, basically whatever that is controlling the mass of the building is in keeping with the existing neighborhood. We are not asking for anything that is setting new precedent. And I have no further comments. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. I think it's really straightforward, but I'd like to hear what the neighbors have to say.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from panel members before we move to the neighbors? Seeing none, there are, I believe, 2. I don't have the names, so if you can tee up the first.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no other registered speakers for this.
Oh, there aren't. Okay. Oh, sorry, in person. Here we go. Sorry, but so used to everybody being online.
Well, we could have fallen asleep back there with the amount of time we've had, so you probably wouldn't have even seen us. My name is Tony Gaskin. My wife, Adele Stone, she is the property owner at 65, and I'm just speaking on her behalf relative to this. We've lived at this property, 65, for going on 40 years. The property at 67 has had 5 owners in the same time period. The current owner hasn't lived in the property, but as tenants, the previous owners and ourselves have been using the driveway, mutual driveway, between the two properties in good faith for more than 30 years, and to access garage and parking areas at the rear of the property. Just so to summarize, the basis of our opposition to the development application is that at 67 is that the proposed structure encroaches onto the intended purpose of the right-of-way and the ancillary parking apron intended for a vehicle turning and parking at the end of the right-of-way, and that to the extent that it constitutes really a substantial interference and our access is unreasonably restricted. When you do the calculations looking at the plans, you see it's about a 48% reduction in space at the end of the right-of-way that the applicant is requesting, which literally makes it impossible to maneuver a vehicle. Clearly, the intention of the mutual right-of-ways was and is to permit access to garages and parking, primarily for vehicles. And in this regard, it has been in continuous, if sporadic use over the years, given the fact that any vehicle that is engaged in turning around before proceeding to the street, it needs a certain amount of area. It indicates to us that there is an implied right to use that turning area since the houses were built, and this has been our experience for close to 40 years. And I would argue that by reason of custom, usage, and necessity, that ancillary area cannot be taken away unilaterally. In fact, I believe it's really a matter of real property rights. There's considerable body of law, case law in Ontario on the subject of mutual right-of-ways, and to quote a recent judgment in the Ontario Supreme Court of Justice addressing a dispute between 2 neighbours in Toronto over a mutual driveway between their 2 houses, he said, and I quote, "A mutual right of way is, to put it simply, mutual. If one party blocks the driveway from the other's use and they are not establishing an ancillary right, they are in fact breaching the other party's right." So I would respectfully submit that the committee may even lack jurisdiction to grant a variation, in this case, that harms the property rights of our property at 65. And specifically in terms of the actual variances, we're basically referring to the one that indicates the length of the property and the floor space that they are requesting. And as you can see from their plans, it intrudes into the ancillary area at the end of the 70-foot right-of-way. We would ask it on the basis of that variance be denied, those variances be denied. Just to add a little bit of further context, as you know, in Ward 8, you cannot build a parking pad on a property, so it is our intent to maintain the option to have parking at the rear of the property, and to do that, of course, we need to be able to access the driveway. And so if we can access the driveway, but we can't maneuver a vehicle in order to park it correctly and safely, then we are in effect denied the benefits of the right-of-way to begin with.
Okay, sorry, we didn't get a time clock going, so I'm not sure how much.
Well, I'm definitely under 5 minutes because I talk pretty fast.
Well, are you done, or is there
I'm
anything
done.
else? Okay, well, don't go away. We've got some questions. I think what you're trying to imply is that you have a right of possession over your neighbor's property in order to make a turn, which isn't in our purview to decide that. I mean, if you feel you have that right, it's really a court of law. You'd have to take that to enforce it. So we're really here to look at the variances and whether you think they're reasonable or not. And I think you have commented to some degree on that. But with regards to the right-of-way, I mean, the right-of-way terminates at a certain point, and beyond that, I'm not sure if you have any right to access your neighbor's property. That's my only comment. I don't know if, Larry, if you want to chime in on that.
Well, if I could, I think you submitted some documents on this to us. Did you know?
Yes, I did, yes.
I just want to, I looked them over. Maybe, I don't know if I still got them up. I just want to be sure that I understand them correctly. So you're saying you have a legal right to use that portion of the property that this application relates to, and therefore you're asserting that you have a right of way, which is a right of ownership in a sense, at least.
I think if you look at you can see right there, you can see that where the right-of-way continues down the driveway, past the point of the house on 65, which is on the right of the screen. The right-of-way continues, and you can see how it diverges into a Y sort of shape.
I think the right-of-way terminates where it's stated on title that it terminates. It doesn't go into any kind of Y.
No,
Yeah, I mean, the right-of-way and almost all right-of-ways in the city of Toronto continue at the same width to their point of termination. There is no common area past that termination point.
So what are you saying? Like,
what I'm suggesting is that what would be the point of not having an area at the end there that you could maneuver into your garage? I mean, the right-of-way obviously gets you to that point, but without the other area at the end, if you take that away, you have effectively just negated the value of the right-of-way.
Well, the value of the right-of-way is to get you to the rear of your property, and how you choose to use the rear of your property is your business, as it is your neighbor's.
Absolutely, and if we choose to use it for parking and maneuvering a vehicle, you cannot do that without accessing an area that is wider than
that is not
right-of-way.
yours.
No, but it has been. I'm just saying that out of custom and usage for what, close to 80 years.
Okay,
I mean,
but
clearly
again,
somebody intended that.
We're not a
to be the
court
case.
of law to establish whether you have a right of a prescriptive right over that property or not.
Which is precisely what I think I said, which is I don't think that this is within your.
It's not.
review.
So we're not going to make that. We're not going to make a decision on that basis.
I think we can take it into account in terms of, like, we look at the 4 tests, right? And let me just take a look at those 4 tests again.
Well, anyway, that's.
But I'm still, so does it conform with the intent and purpose of the official plan, zoning bylaw?
Okay, but Larry, we just want to clarify at this point. We can take this into committee at the end
I'm still not
and have that
understanding-
discussion.
But I'm still not understanding, okay, just help me out, because I don't
Sure.
I don't quite understand here. So the right-of-way runs what, along that whole driveway, right?
Yes. May I approach the screen?
Yeah, it would help me. I think the dotted area, okay, that I can see. Where is the building going to be?
Mr. Chair, the applicant, you'd have to verbally point out what the neighbor is doing. For people online on a phone, they cannot see what's going
I
on.
can't
Fair enough.
understand it unless he goes to the screen, so maybe
Okay,
you can go to
Larry,
describe it. I'm having trouble.
The building intrudes on, the proposed building intrudes from the rear, where you can see the existing house. It literally would go straight back from that line. So it would follow the right-of-way line.
The proposed building would go beyond the existing right-of-way.
It would
Yes.
go beyond the existing right-of-way, but it wouldn't, so let's say the right-of-way extended right from the street all the way to the end of your property line.
Correct.
If it did,
But it does not.
but let's pretend it did for a moment.
Right.
I'm just, because,
Correct.
bear with me and we'll see. So are you saying that he's encroaching on, if we had an imaginary right-of-way from the front of the street all the way to the end of your property,
Mm-hmm.
would in any way this structure that he's proposing encroach on that imaginary right-of-way for a moment?
It would not encroach on the imaginary area, but it would encroach on the intended use for which the right-of-way was invoked in the first place.
But I'm still not understanding. How are you drive your car and park in the back, right?
If you drive your car and park in the back, you have to be able to rotate the car around
Larry,
because the...
I'm just going to interject for a second. I think what the point he's making is that currently he has the capability of doing a multi-point turn to turn the car around in the back.
Correct.
The only way he can do that is to access over the neighbor's property.
Correct.
That's beyond the right-of-way.
And vice versa.
that ability will be taken away because the new house will go beyond that.
That's correct, and the same applies if it was me applying for the variance.
No, I understand that, but
So are you saying when you drive your car down that right-of-way, you have to make a three-point turn to?
you don't have to. You can always back it up. You know, you got reverse gear too.
It's just going to be less convenient for you, but you still be able to get your car in the garage.
It isn't simply, I mean, you're talking about a 7-foot driveway. Most cars, you have to have their mirrors folded in and able to access the driveway. I can't reverse down that driveway. I have to be able to turn around.
Yeah, and I think that's why the neighbor's abandoning the use of that driveway.
Well, that's one of the issues. The other issue is to get the sheer square footage that he requires, he's having to go back further with his house.
But you could always adjust your property so you could do it, right?
Well, we're not here to discuss how I do in my property.
Well, but you're making an allegation that it's going to be impossible for you to use the right of way. It's not going to be impossible for you.
No, I'm not arguing it's impossible to use the right of way.
Can we?
I'm
I'm going to
saying
cut this off because we're going in a circle here. The bottom line is the neighbor is basically stating the fact that he will no longer be able to turn his car around in the back because a neighbor is going to build a house there.
Correct.
And that's the nature of his
Still
objection.
use the right of way.
The right of way does not change. No one is taking away the existing right of way.
Well, but it's not just a question of taking away the existing right of way. He'll be able to use that right of way. He just won't be able to use it the way he likes to use it, which means it'll be.
The right of way doesn't change. His ability to access his neighbor's property changes.
Okay.
Okay?
That now I understand.
All right.
Well, it's somewhat confusing, right? Like the guy is saying that my right of way is being taken away. I'd like to know what that is, because that's
Well,
legal.
it's not. It's the way he's able to use it. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
The next gentleman.
Hello, my name is Michael Fong, 69 Gilgorm Road, west side of the property in question. Thank you, Chair and panel committee, for allowing me to speak. I know it's a very important job. What has been identified are very small variances. I would say academically they may be small, but if you look at them in totality, in combination, there is a very large impact to my property, one of which is to allow full view into my living room and blocking my entrance. What I'll do is I could read my letter. I'll be within the 5 minutes just to, stay on focus, and then I'll just finish up recapping the few points, okay? Okay, so I'm a longtime owner. I've been there for 24 years now. Much like Tony, I'll be there for a lot longer still. I've reviewed the application, and I definitely object to allowing for the variances. Once again, a couple of variances, when they're looked at individually, look small, but when you combine them, it's actually a very big, detractor and impact for myself. Bylaws balance the permitted property use and enjoyment for all people, neighbors, property owners, and it's very important to assess, what the variance impact is. In this case, it definitely does affect me, and we could use the property site plans after I finish off here. What it does is it gives a clear view into my home. What has happened, the plans has reversed the entrance of the building. So it used to be on the south side where I don't see my neighbors. Now they're moving it to the north side, and the setback has moved forward. And then also the elevation is increased so that I would be actually looking at their entrance, and anyone and the neighbor, once they come up and down each day, they'll be looking into my place. There were two chapters and bylaws that I had flagged. For the other ones, they were less impactful. I did not put anything there. So I just wanted to leave this with you to truly assess the impact and make your decisions based on that. If you could scroll right to the bottom, I'll show you the picture, and then hopefully we could pull up the plan site. As you can see, this is looking out my window. The one looking towards the neighbor, that window will be blocked entirely because the proposed setback is moved forward. And then you will see the second window, which I also have put in red, would actually frame the porch of the neighbor. This never existed. The porch was on the south side, and now they're moving it to the north side. And like I said, the two variances they're asking for has a significant impact on my personal enjoyment on a daily basis, as well as the property value. And then I'm just wondering if we could pull up the site plan very quickly. And based on a site plan, you could see how, how big an impact that is. Right now, the buildings are set pretty well close, and moving the setback, you can see the wall blocks that entire window, and then you can see the porch coming out as well. And with an increased elevation and a setback that's reduced, you can see they have a direct view into my home, and I would have a direct view from my living room onto their porch. So that's what I wanted to leave with the site plan. And then I'm just going to finish up here. I believe I have about 1 minute. Once again, culmination, 45 seconds, culmination of all these little variances have a huge impact on the properties. These are 4 original houses that are clustered together. The proof, the precedents, the precedents that they were using, none of those precedents has a house where the porch looks into another house. I've researched, I looked at every one of those examples. I have walked the streets and looked at them. There is no precedent where the porch looks into the other house. Once again, these are 4 original houses. And then also, this is the first time we're actually bringing these issues because I've never been, asked about what my feedback was. So this is the first time. I hope the panel here could consider just basically sending it back to them to relook at, because this is their first go at it, and I don't think it was. There's quite a few variances, and I don't think any of our consideration was, put into this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please don't go away. We have some questions for you. With regards to the specific variances, is your concern then around the side yard setback? Because I'm not seeing a front yard setback variance.
That would be, so it's the first one for the elevation. And then we have, and then it's chapter 10.2.
The side yard setback.
Yes, side yard setback, which is actually
do you
my
know
front.
what the existing side yard setback is? I'm going to ask the applicant anyway to see if they're making it better or worse, but you don't know how close their house is currently?
I would say it's about, if I had to guess, it's less than 24 inches.
It's okay. I'll ask the applicant to see how the proposal is in relation to the current situation.
Yes, that's a good shot right there.
Okay. Sorry, panel members, any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Did someone say something? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Ghost in the room. Are there any other speakers? I'm assuming not. If we can get the applicant back then. Okay.
Just regarding the right of way, Mr. Gaskin's concerns, we are not, I think it was quite clear that we are not building anything.
I think we've established that we're not building on the right of way.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to go to the comments made by Mr. Fong. The entrance being on left side or right side is not part of this application. It's not a variance. And one can have it either way. However, speaking about the reasons why we have the entrance on the left side rather than the right side is we don't want to change the location of driveway anywhere other than where the existing curb cut is. Should we take the front porch to the other side, then the driveway has to go to the opposite side, and that will eliminate one parking spot for the public. I don't think if anyone in the neighborhood is going to benefit that. And also, if you notice the same drawing that is on the screen showing that bay window and also the garage projection, for the benefit of the speaking neighbor, Mr. Fong, if we flip this design, then he will see more obstruction by the side of that bay window and also the raised edge of the garage, proposed garage. Again, we are not basically asking for any front yard variance, and this house is basically sitting between the two houses as prescribed by the zoning bylaw. The existing setback, the side setback that was mentioned, is 29 centimeters. We are improving that. That 29 centimeters you can see on the same page. I mean, perhaps staff can point at it, but the existing side yard, sorry, that is for Mr. Fong. If we go to the survey, I can show what's ours, but it is less than what we're proposing. The existing setback is 33, yes, that is it, 30 centimeters, and we are improving that to 46 centimeters. So the existing house is closer. I think the whole scenario is improved for Mr. Fong because the corner of the house is, and that obstruction of the existing bay window is not going to be there anymore. We are raising the level of entrance with just one step. The grade is a little bit raised on that level, so we felt that was necessary. But the front porch is staying at 1.2 meter above the grade, which is prescribed by the zoning bylaw. And I don't think if anyone has intention on looking into anybody else's property, but these are like small lots. That neighborhood, I have submitted very many photos. Almost the GILGORM is not a very long street, and I covered most of the houses. You can see the pattern. What we're proposing is completely in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. We are not creating anything that is any different. We have the garage the same way that the other buildings have, the entrance the same way that the other houses have, and we have done our case study to show the variances we are asking are precedented, and that we don't assume the right to have the same variances. We just wanted to make sure what we're proposing is appropriate. Other than that, it's up to you to decide whether that's appropriate or not. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from panel members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the applicant. Is the entrance height between the existing building that's on the site and the proposed one, is that door sill height changing off the porch? I think you mentioned that the porch is staying at the same elevation level between what's existing and what's proposed.
No, I didn't mention that, sir. The porch is not going to be any higher than what the bylaw allows. The bylaw asks for the level of that porch not being more than 1.2 meter above grade. And that is where we have the porch at. So it's not, that's why we do not need any variance for the front porch. The variance we are asking, that is 20 centimeter higher than 1.2, is for the entrance level. So when we open the door and step inside of the house, that landing is 20 centimeter higher than what the bylaw allows. But the porch has to be at 1.2 and not more. We are in compliance with that. So the porch is, so let's say if we keep the porch and then we drop the entrance of the house inside of the house by 20 centimeters and add one more step over there, we are in compliance. And I don't think if anyone would benefit from it, because the porch can stay where it is and comply with the zoning bylaw.
I'm going to ask the question again because I just don't think I got an answer. I was asking, there's an existing door sill height, there's an existing porch on actually not only this house, but the other 4 houses. And I'm trying to understand, using what's there as existing, just to understand the adjacencies, right? So I'm asking, is the door sill height of the existing home changing from what is being proposed? Or is it the same?
So for me to understand your question better, the existing porch level of the subject case or the neighbor?
What's the existing?
So which one do you want?
What is your existing height? What is the height of your existing entrance?
Please bear with me for a second. I will get that from the survey.
It won't be on the survey.
176.11. It says 176.11. That must be lower than what we're proposing, but if you want to know how much more, 176.11. Bear with me for a second. It's almost the same height, 176.16. So it's about 5 centimeter higher, what we're proposing.
So more or
and
less.
it is in compliance, by the way.
Okay, thanks.
It's more or less the same height.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's in compliance, by the way.
I have another question concerning the driveway. In my initial review of the application, I was curious as to why the applicant decided to flip the driveway and entrance, because if you look in the immediate context, the entrances of all these houses, right, they are afforded, they're elevated, first of all, so there's some overlook, but the way that they're configured, the overlook is mitigated. By flipping the plan, you've now created a concern for the neighbor, you know, for anyone that's standing on that front porch. The proximity to what is a primary window on the front of their home have created a bit of an overlook issue, where you didn't have that before just because of the figure ground plan, right? It's the houses are staggered forward, so you're afforded a little bit of privacy on the other side. So I know that I think there was an explanation that the reason that you left the driveway, or that the whole plan was flipped, was something to do with street parking, but I'm not sure that I buy that argument. I'm trying to just get a better understanding of what the strategy here was in flipping the porch and creating that condition for the adjacent neighbor. Because we are dealing with a variance for front height entrance, and I'm looking at an entrance that's been relocated rather close to a primary window on the adjacent property. So perhaps you can speak a little bit I guess I'm really not buying the street parking, but I'm...
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a new curb cut, so you're going to reduce...
He's going to need curb cut regardless.
Irrespective, because he's not using the existing curb cut, he's creating a new one.
Correct,
And there's I was trying to see if there's any trees to be saved by doing this,
No.
but there isn't.
There's not.
So there's no difference whether that curb cut goes where it is now or whether it goes onto the other side of the property.
Okay.
But that's, yeah.
It would have solved that.
It would have addressed Mr. Fong's issues.
Well, when we have the driveway where it is, and the existing driveway is on that side also, I encourage you to look at the Google views. It's quite clear. Or maybe you can basically look at the third page of my support document. So we are not changing the location. So because we're keeping the driveway where it is, and we do not want to change the curb cut, then we do not have room
you don't
to
have an
entrance.
existing driveway there. You currently have a parking pad that comes off of the mutual driveway curb cut. You don't have a curb cut for your front yard parking pad, do you?
But if we want to incorporate a garage, we have to use the same curb cut that is existing over there.
But that's not what you're proposing. You're proposing a new curb cut.
We're not proposing a new curb cut, sir. We are just keeping the driveway where it is, and we do not have enough room for an entrance on that side. And with all reasonableness, we thought what side the entrance is going to be is a design choice without talking about the variance. If this entrance, let's say, was on the opposite side, we still would ask for the same variance of 20 centimeter only. If you notice, it's only 20 centimeters higher. And if, let's say,
okay, let's back this up. Let's back this up with regards to the curb cut. I'm looking at Google Street View right now, and there is one curb cut, and that's for the mutual drive. There is no second curb cut for the parking pad. Has one been, like, is this out of date?
No, it's not out of. I can see it right now on the Google View. I can see it.
Well, see, that picture unfortunately doesn't show the curb cut.
Okay, so if, assuming that I have to ask for a new curb cut, still that curb cut is going to be closer to the one that is existing. So basically, it's going to be expanding the existing curb cut, not having a full new curb cut further than that, where you can see a car is parked on the Google view, that white car. That parking spot is going to be eliminated. And again, having said that, I didn't think if picking the side of the entrance would be a concern here. I suggest, I mean, I don't know, if you see appropriate, to install a privacy screen on the side of that entrance, if that helps. My apology for, we didn't think that picking the side of entrance would be a concern. If you can see the streetscape of the images that I provided, and I almost provided all this, every single house, some of them have the entrance on the left side, some of them have it on the right side. For the same particular instance, Mr. Fong's entrance is on the left side. So ours is going to be, let's say, if we had it on the other side, we have the same issue created with the other house, because they do have a bay window.
You don't create the same issue. You don't.
But
because that other house is closer to the street. But anyway.
Anyway,
If you notice, their corner window is elongated for number 65. It's clear on my screen, on my photo, and I mean, again, my understanding is that it creates a worse scenario. Yet I have to stay with my original statement that what side you want to have the main entrance to your house is a design choice, and I can and Mr. Fong's entrance is on the opposite side, so we're not going to be close to his entrance. And we have improved the existing situation by the house being farther, and we're asking for just 20 centimeters of the height, additional height for the indoor step, not for the porch, which again, if you choose not to even grant that, it will have minimal impact on the design without making any benefit for anyone else. And I'm willing to be suggesting erecting of that privacy screen on the side of the entrance, if Mr. Fong has any concern that one would go there to look into his house. I highly doubt that.
Okay, I think we've exhausted that discussion. Are there any other questions? If not, let's take this into committee. So we have a number of variances before us, a total of 7. There is a variance for the length of the building. There is a variance for FSI. I'm surprised, actually, heard nothing from transportation on this, but because they would have been addressing the curb cut issue, but we have nothing, so can't speak to that.
And planning has no concern.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I feel like this application would benefit for some further revisions, particularly discussion with the neighbor. I think in this instance, you know, I heard the applicant say it's a design choice. These are the considerations that need to be made in the design process, recognizing that there is a staggered setback of these houses and that on one side there's less of an impact there's a variant, for example, on the first variance, the applicant's requesting a variance to raise the height of a pedestrian entrance, right? Which I don't have an issue with. We talked about
That's pretty common with the integral garage.
it's pretty common with the integral garage, but I question why, and I think that the neighbors' concerns are valid in this case because, we hear a lot of things about, this, they're going to be able to look inside my house, there's overlook, but in this case, a lot of times there's secondary windows on the side of a dwelling. In this case, it's a primary window right into the main room, and the proximity is frankly a little bit too close for comfort, where I feel like this could have been easily mitigated by just flipping the scheme. I have issue with that variance. With respect to that's with respect to variance number 1. I think the second one somewhat because of the overlook, but not as much. Number 3, quantitatively, I think it's reasonable, and it's supported by prevailing precedent in the area, so I don't have any issue with that, as well as number 4, 5, and 6. I do, however, have some concern with number 7. And it's a bit of a tough one because while I do recognize that there is precedent on the street, I think the immediate context, and that is the fact that the direct adjacencies, I think the neighbor mentioned, there's a set of 4 houses. And I think, frankly, the variance for height in relationship to the adjacencies of the properties on either side, frankly, I think it's just a little bit too much for me to support this. So those are my comments.
So often I agree with you. In this case, I do not. I'll tell you why. So the reason I asked the gentleman about the access and the right-of-way, because I didn't want to see him lose his right-of-way. And I'd be pretty conservative on that if somebody was building something in front of a right-of-way or to the side of a right-of-way. But in this case, I really don't see it. I don't see that there's any problem with what they're trying to do on that side. And effectively what they're trying to do is build a longer house, and the gentleman who's opposing it already has a longer house. So he has a longer house, they're now building a longer house. I don't see that they're really doing anything wrong. And then on the other side, I'm looking at the window, and maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe a privacy screen would be enough, but I don't really see that they're doing something too significant on the other side either. And I understand the curb cut issue as well. Maybe it's because I've been on this street quite a bit too. Like, I've been around this city, and I've been on a lot of streets, and I've been on this street many times. I had a good friend who used to live on the street, no longer lives there. So I've seen what's going on that street, and they build big houses on that street. They started, and I was on that street years ago before they had so many big houses on it. It's a big house street. It's a great location. It's getting even better with the transportation. And this is not really any different than any of the other houses that have been built on that street. So I really don't have a problem with this. I think, and I understand the curb cut, because I don't see how if he maintained and put the curb on the other side, then he'd have to do a curb cut, and he couldn't get to his garage. He's trying to build a garage, so
He's going to do a new curb cut no matter what.
Well, he might
But
do a
that's
curb
but
cut,
the issue. That's not really a variance
If
anyway.
he was trying to do it based, so I'm okay with this application. I don't really see that the concerns are really that significant. This is what goes on that street. This is going to be, it looks to be a nice house. It seems to be consistent with all the new development on that street. It has respected the neighbors, maybe not as much as they'd like, but I don't think it's really totally offensive, so I'd be okay with this.
Just a friendly note, I believe that the proposed depth on this is further than the neighbors on either side, just as a clarifying.
Okay, so maybe I made it sound like it's just the same. It's not the same, but it's.
And
right
they
now
are
it's really-
requesting a variance for the depth.
It's not, I don't think it's outrageous for what's going on that street.
Just a comment to the applicant. I think it would have been helpful if an elevation were showing the proposed house in relation to the two existing houses, particularly when you're seeking a height variance, that would be helpful information to have visually.
That is, first of all, quite clear on the site plan if the staff
Sorry, we're
project that again.
we're done with you've had your time. We're discussing now how we're going to make our decision. If we've got questions for you, come back to you. But otherwise, thank you.
Sorry, I thought.
Anybody else?
Changed my mind. I'm going to speak. I tend to agree that this is the character of the houses on the street, what's being proposed. Originally, I had a concern with the side yards, but I see that numerous variances for side yards, similar side yards, have been granted by the committee. I see that the character of the street, the lots are not that wide, so, you know, they're compressing a pretty big house into a smaller lot, but it seems to be consistent. I don't think this would be an outlier.
Fair enough. I'm coming back to the height variance, and you know that is over a meter. But again, that's not overly uncommon when you go to the integral garage, given that the city no longer allows negative slope driveways. So there we have it. Not a simple one. I guess I'm looking for a motion if anyone's ready.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve it, subject to the conditions in the staff report, if any. Are there conditions?
The only condition is Forestry 3.
Forestry, right. I'm open to the privacy screen, if you want. I know you like privacy.
I don't think the neighbor wants it.
Yeah. Okay. So I bring a motion to approve, subject to the forestry.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that?
I second that.
Okay, Mr. Fuzzy. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we have a approval on a split decision. Okay, moving on. Item 15, 43 York Downs Drive. This is an application to construct a new dwelling with 6 variances being requested. This is one where forestry was requesting a deferral. In the alternative, forestry is requesting conditions 2 and 3. And TRCA has advisory comments, and I'm not sure if they were requesting a deferral as well, but I didn't see that, but it was mentioned. I believe the applicant responded to the urban forestry approval, request for deferral, and is explaining why they should not be deferred. Mr. Jim. Good.
Yeah,
Hey,
just
sir.
if you want me to speak to the deferral. So the TRCA also requested a deferral.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I have the speaker's name and address, please?
Oh, hi. This is Jim Pfeffer from 95 St. Clair Avenue West in Toronto. And so the TRCA requested a deferral, and if you take a look at the TRCA memo, what they say is that the tennis court, which is going to be rebuilt, is in the TRCA regulated zone. So the house itself is not at all in the TRCA regulated zone.
Yeah, I think we can
and
take
none
that.
of
I think we can take that as an advisory comment, and you deal with TRCA separate from our decision.
Yeah, Okay, they requested a deferral, but I don't think it's a good idea. In terms of forestry, forestry also requested a deferral, but none of the trees that the TRCA has, you know, I think the ravine or the forestry rather, as you said, it kind of said that either you could defer it or you could apply the condition that we have to apply for a permit to injure or remove these trees prior to, or, you know, when we go for a building permit. And I think we'd prefer to do that. I think, you know, there's 3 trees. One is in the pool, which is an accessory structure. It doesn't have anything to do with any of the variances before the committee. So I think we just prefer to, and I think the other thing, and I mentioned this in my letter, is that, you know, the fact is that it can be a kind of a time-consuming process to deal with forestry, and I think we'd rather, and expensive sometimes if you have to do root exploration and whatnot, and I think we'd rather do all that once we have permission to build the house. So that's my comment. I assume I'm just speaking to the deferral right now. Is that correct?
No, that's okay. Let's do it all together. There's no one in opposition, so we're not necessarily going to.
Okay, perfect. So if you take a look at this rendering, this is the front of the house. You can see this is a very wide lot. You can see in that front rendering, the house has wide eaves, and we're basically getting a variance for those very wide eaves. The eave line itself is 5 inches higher than it's requested, than is you know, permitted by the bylaw. We thought that was appropriate for this house on this kind of very wide lot. On the next plan, you can see this house in context, and you can see just how very deep this lot is. And you can see actually how very deep some of the neighboring houses are as well. So the owner is building, you know, a very deep house, but they've chosen a lot that's kind of appropriate for it, and it's what they're building is appropriate for the context here as well. The next page, you can see a kind of a close-up of the site plan. The red dashed line, that's the line of the existing house. So you can see that existing house is actually a lot deeper than what we're proposing on the west. We have that green roof above a single-story element on the east, but we're basically very similar to the length of the existing house. You can see, of course, there'll be generous landscape screening on both sides. And also, you know, I'll point out here that this is one of those areas that it's not an averaging rule for front yard setbacks. It's actually assigned front yard setback of 12 meters, but we're in line with all of the other houses, which is a lot deeper than that, which inflates the depth number. We looked at some other existing variances. You can see those on the next page. And then the page after that, you can see some photos of the rear yard, and you can just see how much screening there is right now. As you've said, none of the neighbors are in objection. I've talked to the neighbor in the west who is in support and understands that, you know, this homeowner also wants to maintain their privacy by maintaining and enhancing this existing landscape screening. And then on the next pages, you can see some of the photos of the existing context, some of which have, say, main wall heights, you know, similar or greater than what we're asking, you know, big, tall houses, which are sort of in keeping with the character of this area. So I hope that all makes sense, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions, but I think what we've done here is very much appropriate for the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. I have one question before I turn it over to the panel. What's your, you have no side yard setback variances. Are you well beyond the minimum, or just curious how far? And is it
so we're complying with the minimum side yard setbacks.
Okay, just or
yeah. So this area has a 1.8 meter side yard setback,
and you're at
which is pretty generous.
Yep.
And
what's the existing situation? Are you improving on that?
So we are actually improving on that. If you take a look at that page, I think it's page number 3. Yeah, so you can see that red dashed line. If you zoom in there,
Yeah,
that red dashed line is the line of the existing house. And you see we match that on the east. And on the west, you know, that's very zigzaggy, but where it goes further out and where it goes further at the back, it's actually a lot, it looks to me like it's about at least 2 feet closer to the property line.
Fair enough.
And I've talked to the neighbor on the west as well, and he doesn't have any concerns.
Okay, well, we have no letters of objection. I have no registered speakers, so I'm assuming there's no one to object to it.
Yeah, I said I canvassed the neighborhood, and anyone who got a letter from a notice of hearing also got a notice from us inviting to talk about this, and no one reached out to us.
Okay.
And we didn't hear any concerns from the people we did contact.
Okay, fair enough. I'll turn it over to panel members for questions then.
I think it's, I think I'm ready to move forward with the motion. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable given it's a exceptionally large lot. The impacts, I do recognize that the building depth is pretty substantial, but I also recognize that it is related to the rear cabana. And I think given the fact that there's quite a bit of setback on either side, I think it warrants to permit the variance for the requested variance, particularly for the building depth, which is from a quantitative standpoint pretty high.
Large.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, there's no FSI variance because of the size of the lot.
Yeah, I mean, we get applications like this sometimes. I think for a house of this size, this is the type of lot that we would expect to see. So I don't have any issues or concerns authorizing this type of development on this land.
It's not what you would call an overdevelopment of that site.
No.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, I'd support that. Like, I've been on so many, I've been on the street. I've been on this street. I have friends who are on this street or who were on that street. I don't know if I doubt they're there anymore.
Okay, are we ready for a motion then?
Yeah, so did you have the motion or did you bring, I bring a motion to approve it.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think we're going to.
Do we have any conditions on
Well,
this?
there was a recommendation to deferral. We're not including that.
Who is
From
recommending
Forestry.
deferral?
From forestry.
Yeah.
About deferral, can we just talk about maybe substantially in accordance with the site plan to control the building?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
yeah.
you know, I thank you for catching that. Yeah, I had noted that actually on my to
Why
include
was there a deferral? What was the?
I think the deferral related to the close proximity of the cabana to some trees and perhaps.
the tennis court. It's noted in the report.
Oh, it's
There's
just the tennis court?
Yeah, it's not even related to the
Oh.
building.
TRCA will address the tennis court, and that's a separate process.
It's a separate. Yeah, we
So
the chair
that'll
established
get-
that at the
That'll
onset.
get addressed
But
anyway.
forestry as well?
But forestry is still looking for conditions 2 and 3.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, this is a luxury home, right? Isn't that
Yeah, and
place?
I don't doubt, I mean, while you're not going to tie, you know, the site plan with respect to those property line trees, I don't doubt that this property owner is going to provide some substantial landscaping.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty typical of what we see for proposals of this scale.
Yeah. Okay, so I brought my motion to approve, subject to what conditions? The condition?
Subject to
Forestry 2 and 3.
forestry 2 and 3
and
tying to the
site plan
and elevation drawing.
and elevation drawing.
Do you want
Did
to
we
take?
get that? Did this-
Why do we need the elevation drawings?
I guess, no,
Okay, tied to the site plan.
site plan.
Okay.
Substantially in
Staff
accordance
have
with-
that?
Okay, sorry, Larry, you're moving then?
Yeah, I'm moving the motion to approve, subject to conditions of forestry, which are 2 and 3, and site, and in accordance with the site.
Substantially in accordance with.
Substantially in accordance with the site.
And I'm happy to second it.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Are we good to keep going? Okay, item 16. 17 Chipstead Road. Proposal to rebuild front of the house by expanding basement foundation to be aligned with existing garage frontage, construction of new front walls and roof system. 4 variances are being requested. Planning has a condition of approval to tie to the site plan. And I don't have anyone listed as a speaker. I'm sure someone wants to speak to this.
Robert Lex, I'm the co-owner of 17
got
Chipstead
it.
Road.
Okay. Okay, sir.
And
Welcome.
I'm Lucy Gisoni Lex.
I don't think we need a fulsome presentation, but if you can hit some highlights and then if members have questions for you.
Okay, yeah, I'll just hit the highlights. So in our neighborhood, in our street specifically, we've had a number of new builds. And what we're looking to do with our property is take the 1974 design and essentially building forward, including a foundation and the 2 stories above it, to be flush with the existing garage setback. So in other words, our house, once it's completed with a new roof truss system, would look much like our next door neighbor, and in line with the setback next door. The slight variance on the setback is really in the center portion of the new front facade where the entrance will be. And that is, again, very typical for the builds on the street and adjacent streets where you have the existing 1974 setbacks, but you come out a little bit, meaning a foot, foot and a half, 18 inches type of thing for the steps and the new entrance to give it architectural interest. Is there any other questions or anything I need to clarify?
Questions from members? No? No, I think we're good. Thank you. Into committee. Any comments, or is anyone ready for a motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have any concerns with this application. I think that it is minor and reasonable, meets the intent of the OP in the zoning bylaw. And I'd be happy to move a motion to approve, subject to the condition in the planning staff report that the front yard setback and building length be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the report. And I don't believe there's forestry for this one.
Nope. Thank you, Ms. Kaysen. Seconder?
I second that.
Okay, thank you, sir. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Lex.
Thank you.
Okay, item 17.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to unmute both registered speakers. We're not sure who's going to speak.
Okay. Item 17, 3450 Dufferin Street. This is a proposal to amend a bylaw to postpone the opening of a child care facility. Planning has a condition of approval, and that is the only one variance.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's a lengthy one.
Oh, we're here.
Sorry, who's speaking then on this one?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My
afternoon.
name is Matthew Schuman. I'm solicitor for the owners and applicant here. Mr. Colburn is a representative of the owner, but won't be speaking today.
Okay. So maybe you can summarize this. It looks like essentially you're trying to separate something from an original site-specific bylaw to allow you to open a child care facility at a later time. I don't know if there's anything more you can elaborate on that.
Yes, that's correct, sir. We did send in some comments on Thursday, the 22nd, but I don't think they made it onto your materials. So if I could ask staff to turn to page 103 in the architectural drawings that were provided. That may help. There are 3 buildings
I
on
don't
this
think
site.
I don't think we need to rehash the whole thing. I'm assuming planning saw like there was an amendment to the proposed wording, and I'm assuming planning saw that prior to their approval.
Yes. So there are 3 buildings on this site. There has always been a child care facility proposed. The facility itself moved from the most easterly building on the site to sort of the middle building, if you will, and there is no variance required to relocate the child care, but we are proposing to deliver the child care with the completion of that middle building rather than the completion of the easterly most building.
We get that. So the wording that's on the notice, is that correct, or is it to be revised?
No, the notice that was sent out on the 16th is the correct notice. It reflects the zoning waiver and the cover letter that are in your file.
Okay, so that's really all we need to nail down. I don't think anyone has any questions.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify with the applicant that they've read the planning staff report and they don't have any issues with the conditions contained in there.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. It was addressed in our cover letter as well. We are working with city staff to get on a council agenda should this variance be approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone ready? Please.
Yes, I think if no one has any comments, I would like to forward a motion to approve this application, subjecting the recommendation that is mentioned on city staff report. I think the application is satisfying the 4 tests, so therefore I forward this motion to be approved.
Okay, Mary Ann seconding. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman. Should we keep going? No breaks? Okay, let's, the will of the people. Just checking in, because we're after 5 o'clock now. Yeah, okay. So understood. Okay, item 18, 25 Harnish Crescent. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with 9 variances being requested. Planning is requesting a condition of approval, and forestry is requesting condition number 3. Glenn Rubinoff is the agent, registered online, and we have no other speakers. Mr. Rubinoff?
Hello, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff.
Good afternoon. Again, I don't think we need a full presentation, but if you could just hit some highlights, and then if there's any questions.
Just simply, it's a application for a new home. It's on an irregular lot, so the length variations that you see, some of the variances are technical. The actual house is not that long, but where it's taken from is where the length is. Okay. The length variance comes from. The side yard setbacks, again, one side we're at 5 feet, but the other side we're over 8 feet on the other side. So it's very much set between the 2 adjacent homes. Obviously, if you look at the site plan, you'll see number 23 is quite a long building, and there was no concern expressed by that neighbor. City Planning's reviewed this, and didn't have many comments to make. The only comment they had was about the height being a technical, or should I say, it's an architectural feature at the front and the rear for a very small portion of the elevation. And that's why they asked to tie the side elevation as part of the condition. So
Okay.
I'm available for questions if any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? Okay, someone ready for a motion?
One sec. Just one question. The left side elevation is which elevation? Is it listed as left side in the drawings, or is it east or west, or north or south?
It's listed as left side in the elevation.
Okay.
But also underneath that left side, it's also listed as west side.
I just wanted to clarify for zonings.
Because it shouldn't be left or right, it should be east or west.
It does say west on the elevation as well. It's just left side and west are both indicated on the elevation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good catch. Okay, is someone ready for a motion? Marianne, you already kicked it off, so.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move approval of a motion to approve this application. I think that it meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I think that subject to the recommendation from the planning staff report dated Feb 29th, 24, which recommends that the proposal be developed in accordance with the left/west, I believe, side elevation drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment on Feb 20th, attached as attachment number 1 to this report, and to subject to forestry condition number 3.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, sir. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Schuman. No, that was the previous one, Rubinoff. Sorry.
Thank you.
It's getting late. Number 19. 69 Colson Boulevard. This is an application to construct a new dwelling with a total of 4 variances being requested. We have a counselor's letter online, counselor's letter of support, and we have an objection from number 67. And speaker is Ali Shakiri.
Yes, sir. Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, please provide us with a presentation, given that there is some opposition to this proposal.
Indeed, the page displayed is irrelevant to my application. Perhaps if the correct, that is also, if you can just display my support material. I'm going to be brief. These are the variances we're asking. Here is the coverage and the one side yard setback. The front entrance height is increased and we have a balcony on the 2nd floor with area of 5.5 square meters than 4 square meters. I have done the case study. There are evidence showing higher variances are granted in the neighborhood. The planning department has no objection on this, and I've seen the letter from councillor. We have no objection on erecting that privacy screen that he's suggesting, and that would be all. I have no further comment and happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Is there any examples with respect to the front entrance height variance that the applicant might provide in the neighborhood or on the street?
Yes, there are. Sure, there are photos attached to my support material, but in terms of evidence, if you look at the ones that are highlighted by orange color, I did that to ease your review. So we can go on the, for example, let me just point to the page on my support, the 6th page, for example. There is a first floor height of 1.9 meters. That's a centimeter higher than mine. And as you just go on other pages, the ones that are highlighted by orange color, perhaps your colleagues can turn pages on my support material, and that shows I can refer to the address number 106 Collinson Boulevard, 1.9 meters. Number 50 Laurel Crest Avenue, 2.17 meters. Number 47 Vegan Crescent, 1.79 meters. Number 107 Collinson Boulevard, 1.78. And there are more, just, and there are some photos at the end of my support material showing houses with the elevated entrance doors. And by the way, that is not affecting the building height at all. It's just controlling the entrance to the house. While the rest of the house, as you can see, height-wise is in compliance.
I understand the variance, yeah. I understand it pertains to the entrance.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. That's
yeah.
only to the entrance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, perhaps we can get the neighbor on the line.
We've unmuted the neighbor, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi.
My name is Nathan Cohn, and yes, I'm a
And
neighbor
you're at
on the south
67.
side of the.
Okay.
I'm on 67. Yes,
Thank
my
you.
wife and myself here.
Okay, just want
We
to
are
confirm.
listening.
Okay.
Yeah,
Welcome.
67. Collinson Boulevard. Yeah, before I start, I wanted to ensure that you actually receive both files I sent because I checked online and I only saw the appendix with the images and I didn't see the letter I wrote, but I just wanted to ensure with you that you actually received that letter, right?
I think
The one
I've
that actually
seen
explained
one
all the
letter
case.
in the package. I'm not sure if there's a second.
Okay, just not appendix. I just wanted to ensure before I start. That's appendix, and there was another file that has the letter, an explanation. I did not see that online posted. That's why I wanted to confirm that you actually received it.
That was a recent, like
Yes.
in the last day or two?
This is just the appendix. There's another PDF. I think it was before. If you scroll up, I saw it, I think, but I'm not sure if you took it as an objection or not. This is not the file. This is just the appendix. But anyway, we wanted to consider the letter as well, not only the appendix. The explanation on the points are on the letter.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. Did you receive it then? Then you received the letter? Sorry.
I think they're still looking.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll pull it up from IBMS. Just give us a second, please.
Yes, that is the one. Thank you so much. Have you had the chance to read that then?
Mr. Chair, can I just verify, when did you send this in?
On the 22nd, together with the appendix, the previous file. I contacted today the phone number you had in here because when I was checking online for the objections, I sent 2 files and only one was showing up online.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
On
Chair,
the
why don't we let
documentation.
the committee give them a couple of minutes just to read that letter?
Yep. Thank
And
you.
in the meantime, I would suggest that the neighbor just continue with his presentation and highlight the objections that he has. So if the neighbor would like to go ahead and highlight the objections while the panel is reading your letter, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah, or you want time to read, it's fine with us as well. We are not in a rush. It's up to you.
Okay, maybe in the interest of time, we're gonna be asking questions as well, so you won't be confined just to the 5 minutes. Did you want your previous submission up during your presentation, or how do you want to proceed?
Yes, the appendix is good, so I can show on the appendix what I'm talking about. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Yeah, if you go to the first one, you can see, hi, yes, my name is Nathan Cohn, I'm gonna present. So yeah, even though, based on the sizes and distances that are requested to change in the variance are considered minimum, 1 foot in a 1.8 meter for a south side setback, it's 20%, right, of a reduction from the brick of the new house to the property line. And considering, if you go to the next slide, this is the existing setup we have, the old house, 69 Collinson Boulevard. There were 3 identical houses. Our neighbor on the 71 rebuilt his house, put a second floor in the same footprint, but now the new owner of the property, if you go to the next slide, you can see that they are changing the existing distance of 4.97 meters and 4.15 meters into, if you go to the next slide, please, you can see that they reduce the distance from my brick to their brick to only 2.52 meters, right? And increasing the size on the north side to 5.11 meters. So even though it's only 1 foot, it's actually 20% of the distance reduction from the property line. And we are very concerned based on the current setup we have, in the afternoons, we can get a direct sunlight into our dining room area, right? If you go to a second slide, if you scroll up, please, you can see a window on the side of our house. We are on 69. Go up, please, if you don't mind. Second slide. One more, please. There you are. You can actually see on the side of our house, there is a window, white window next to the white arrow. That's our dining room area. We actually receive a lot of direct sunlight into our house. Now with the new house, this window is going to be completely covered. We're not going to have any sunlight, direct sunlight. We're going to also have a problem of privacy because the dining room area in the new property, it's very elevated. It's about 2 meters from the ground, and the window on their property is literally above our window. So they can literally see from their house into our house, right? They are not at the same level. It's very concerning to us on the privacy and the sunlight, right? It's something that I know the city considers very important for this area. And if you look also at the height that the new house is going to have at the entrance at the front and the rear, yes, the increase from 1.2 meters to 1.89 meters. There are other houses in the neighborhood that, in fact, the examples the builder is saying are not really close to us, are quite far from us, and some of these are just front entrances. But if you actually keep scrolling down, you can see that the rear of the house, of the new house, is actually very high if you keep going down. And the rear exit of the house is about 1.9 meters also, which it's literally like 50% increase on the height from the 1.2 meters to 1.9. You're actually, they are asking for 50% increase on the elevation that is allowed, right? It's not a minimum request here. It's pretty high. Even if you add a 2 meters fence, which is quite normal, right? You wouldn't put a fence higher than 2 meters because it's going to also interfere with sunlight and winds and nice green areas side. This house is very, very elevated. We're concerned about privacy, sunlight, the elevation of the property, the size of the property. Considering that we move into the neighborhood, thinking of a nice open space area, having nice green areas around us, and our neighbors appreciate that as well. We feel that this big house that is so close to us is actually literally making this neighborhood feel like you're living in a condo tower, not in a nice open area. I know that a few blocks around us, houses are much closer to each other, but lots are smaller and they don't have space to build big houses. I know in those situations, houses are closer, but here we have big lots, and we should really allow for space between houses and enjoy the nice spaces we have in Toronto, the green areas, right? So we are concerned about privacy, sunlight that is going to be completely fully covered, and that the house is actually shifted to our side.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, and then we'll ask questions.
Yeah. So we were just suggesting reducing the house width or shift it towards the north and allow for the distance between the property line and the brick to comply with existing laws, right? There's no reason to just go over by 1 foot in such a big property. We feel it's not necessary.
So your principal concern
is privacy.
Your principal concern is around the side yard setback.
South side and privacy, right, and sunlight. It's having space, right?
Okay.
We got it. Our house is from 1952.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off now,
Sure.
And if members want to ask
problem.
questions, please. No?
Of course.
Okay, so just to summarize, you're basically wondering why their side yard is compliant to the north but not to the south. Why not center it on the lot? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's one of the items.
One of the concerns.
Yeah,
okay.
It's at the back as well. The exit is very high. They're literally looking into my backyard.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other speakers? I'm assuming there are not. No? Okay, so I'll bring back Mr. Shakiri, sorry.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Thanks for the comments from the neighbor. window of the dining room that our dear neighbor is mentioning is on the north side of his building. And I have kind of hard time understanding when he's even getting any sunlight through that window, whether there is an existing building over there or not. Let's say if I didn't even have that 1 foot reduction of the side yard, still the allowance of a new house with 2-story would block that window equally, let alone the fact that there is also an existing garage on the subject house, number 69 Collinson, which is only 0.7 meters from the property line. You can see that on the survey, which I believe that the situation is getting improved, but yet that 1 foot of reduction is very minor. I have submitted evidence in support that many other houses have actually been granted variance for the side yard on both sides, even side yards smaller than what I'm asking. And we do not want to do that. And as I mentioned on previous cases, we don't think if somebody has been granted something, we should go ahead and ask for the same thing. We just do this test and looking at the evidence to make sure what we are proposing is not setting a new precedent. The height of the entrance door, I don't know how that would affect our neighbor because it's simply not contributing to the building height. And again, according to the evidence I submitted, that is also precedent. That is not a new precedent. And also, well, I can see there are 2 letters of objection filed. It is on the AIC. One is yesterday, and the other one is today. So coming that late with objection literally makes it very difficult to address in the spur of the moment. But shifting the house to the other side would not be an option at this time. Because it's going to create a variance on the opposite side rather than this side. The neighbor has an existing side yard setback of 0.9 meters. That is almost half of the required minimum side yard. We're fine with that and we understand, and we have increased that existing side yard of 0.7 to the existing garage to 1.5. We believe these are minor, commonly granted variances in the area. We are not creating anything not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. We have no objection from the planning department, and I think this is minor and meets the 4 test. I very much hope that you feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just have one question. I'm just curious why you chose to do the side yard variance to the north rather than to the south. And I guess if you moved it, then you'd have a variance on both sides. But why not split the difference?
Sorry, you're breaking up, sir. I couldn't hear your entire
question.
If you don't mind.
I'll repeat it in a more succinct way. Why not split the difference? Why not move the house slightly to the south and have equal variances on either side?
Well, that would create 2 variances as opposed to 1 variance. And since this is minor anyways, and I can see many other houses have been granted 1.2 meters a side yard, then we just decided to ask for 1 variance rather than asking for 2 variances, which would make more complication on the case. But it would be the same with these large existing side yards on this neighborhood, it wouldn't make too much of an impact. So we decided to ask for one side yard variance.
Okay, so it's not related to driveway or tree preservation or anything like that. It's just you wanted to get one variance instead of two.
Well, there is also some existing tree on the north side. This is on the lot, so the owner wanted to see if they can keep that tree. If we went to the other side, that tree would have been lost. That is on the site plan that I've shown. If you're asking why particularly on the south side, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get
again,
some,
that's
that's essentially what I'm trying to find is the rationale for that, rather than just saying, well, we wanted, you know, one variance instead of two, because as you say, even if you went for two, they would be both very minor.
Yes.
I do see the tree now.
and-
I do see the tree, so thank you.
Yes.
Okay, questions from panel
Pleasure.
members? No? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll take it into committee. Any discussion, or if someone's ready? Jordan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any issues with the variances before us, with the exception of variance number 1. And I think the applicant's submission, if we can pull that up, the elevation that shows the front elevation in relationship to both of the adjacent properties. I think that the door height, I don't think that there is sufficient precedent within the area to support that variance. I did ask the applicant for an example, and you know, we were referred over to a property at 106 Collinson Boulevard. But if you look at the notice of decision that the applicant submitted with respect to the 1.9 meter first floor height, it's existing and proposed finished floor height. And if you actually look at the actual built form, what that property ended up, there's not 9 steps to the front door. So there's no precedent, unfortunately, to support a door height, a door of that height. I'm not convinced that the applicant really understands the purpose of the variance, because I keep hearing over and over again that, well, it's not affecting the height of the building. It's the point of the variance is a relationship of the height of the front door. And I think the applicant's submission, staff can perhaps just pull that up on the screen. This is just obviously an isolated context looking at the adjacent properties on either side, but you can see it's out of place, that front door, in relationship to the doors on either side. If we can pull up, it's in the supplemental package that was emailed out. And it is I understand that it's the diagram that pertains to a side yard setback, but I think it's demonstrating more appropriately the variance that's related to the front door height. I will just ask staff to pull up that so my colleagues can see the adjacency relationship I'm talking about. I don't have any issue with the side yard setback. I think it's reasonable. A foot here, a foot there. I think the setbacks are consistent with other approvals in the area. And I don't think that the impact is material enough to warrant any concern. I mean, it is a side window. It's a secondary window on the adjacent property. So I think we need to recognize that regardless of the side yard setback variance, the impact is going to be more or less the same. There, let's.
Just wanted to comment on the door height. I don't know if you want to ask the applicant on this, but I'm assuming that that's a factor of the at-grade garage, and that dictates where the first floor level is going to be. No.
No, we get these all the time. It's a split inside. If you look at the plan, there's a difference
because they can make up that differential inside.
They can make up the difference inside.
Yeah.
I know they already have with respect to some stairs. There's a number of ways to address it, right?
Okay.
They can always lower the basement ceiling height and bring that side down. So from an architectural standpoint, it's not like we're looking to bring the door down to grade. We're looking essentially to eliminate the extra 3 or 4 steps there that would provide that allow that variance, just to bring that door into alignment with the rest of the entrances that are on the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Larry?
So, I kind of, maybe I do or don't understand what you're saying. But before I get to just understanding that, there was also a letter from the counselor on a privacy screen, and I know you know a lot about privacy screens, so what was your thought about that? It's in the file.
I think the counselor's talking about a fence.
Privacy fence, okay.
In the
Privacy
back.
fence, not a
Yeah,
screen, I don't care.
There's a very small deck. It's kind of, it's tucked in there, the window well and a walk up. I don't think there's any, actually, I'll speak to the neighbors' concerns. The building doesn't really extend much further beyond what the neighbor has. The windows are facing into their backyard, and I don't think that the there's any variances before us that are contributing to an adverse impact on the adjacent neighbor. There's no large terraces, there's no large decks or balconies. There are windows, but what can one expect on a rear main wall of a new dwelling, right? That's where you're gonna put all of your windows. Yeah, so I had no concern with respect to privacy on this application.
So I don't know if I understand the issue of the door height. I know the applicant didn't seem to understand, and I don't know if I understand. I heard what you're saying. It might look better, but does it really matter? I mean, when I look at this is kind of a precedent-setting build on this street. It's a lot bigger, but maybe this street deserves, bigger and better. And so I don't really have a problem with this. I don't understand.
I don't think it's going to change the size of the building. It's just going to require an adjustment in terms of the plan or the elevation to probably either drop that first floor height on the one side, where they have the room, you can see it in elevation, they can drop that, or they can keep the height and internalize 2 or 3 of the stairs in order to bring that door down. And I am starting to take issue with this, because we are getting these plans in North York a lot, where you get the driveway. You always see the variance. You're permitted 2 stories. It's the 3, but they're only permitted 2. But it's a side split, so they give you the explanation. We see tons of these.
I think it'll look better the way you describe it. Like, it just does look. It's a little bit too humongous, and it looks. It's good that it's that size, but it looks too imposing, almost like it's just sort of attacking all the other houses in that way.
Yeah.
So it maybe makes
The only note I want to make on that, though, is that the objections weren't specific to that.
Right.
Not from the neighbor and not from planning.
Yeah.
I'm reviewing it, though.
I know, I understand, but
I have concerns because
I
I don't think it's a good precedent for the street, frankly.
Do you want to go back to the applicant and ask how much are they willing to drop it? Or are you just looking to?
No, because I'm not going to redesign the project. And I know this applicant is proposing these houses. At some point, we're going to have to recognize that this door, if we're going to propose these plans, we need to have some consideration.
Okay. So the issue is let me just summarize, because if we approve everything with the exception of that one variance, then they're at ground zero for that, which they can come back with a separate application on with a.
Well, they're not at ground zero. They're at 1.5 meters.
No, I understand.
But we're talking, as a concession, I think I'd be willing to offer something, an amended variance, but I think 1.9, frankly, a 9 steps.
It's too much.
Yeah, and there's no precedent.
And I've seen planning reports where they have taken issue with this.
Yeah.
But they haven't with this one.
I don't always agree with the planners.
Yeah.
My constituents know
I
that.
understand it now, and I'd support that. I kind of got a sense like, you don't need to go that much, but otherwise I'm okay.
It just seems, it seems like the bylaws just being
Jordan,
disregarded.
I have a comment, I have a question basically. So in regards to this variance, so if you look at the forecast, so where would you see?
Fit.
Yes. So is it, no, are you, so is it the fit that you're saying that it's not appropriate development?
It doesn't fit on the street. And if staff can pull up the elevation drawing that was submitted by the neighbor in opposition, it's abundantly clear, just from looking at the two adjacent properties, that this door, the entrance to this door is almost, it's so high that it's almost reading as if it's at the second story. In relationship to the other two front doors, you see how high it's raised? This is not only the condition to the adjacent, both properties on either side, it's the condition on the entire street. Most of the houses, and I count the steps, right? So it's very easy to kind of figure out the height based on the number of steps. This door is actually raised about 3 to 4 steps too high. And that's where the variance
Very
is
wrong scheme, sir.
triggering.
My apology.
Can we?
So
Yeah.
we should have the applicant muted at this point.
So I don't think it's a huge imposition on the applicant. I think an amended variance may be appropriate to so that, you know, perhaps they're not internalizing 4 steps, but maybe 3 steps or 2. But I just don't think it's meeting the intent of the bylaw, which is to regulate front entrance height. And then there's frankly not supported on this particular street.
Yeah, it's almost 2 meters high, almost.
So it's more about like the characteristic of the neighborhood.
The neighborhood, character of the street, because.
Okay, so
yeah.
let's figure out how we're going to do this. I guess you're looking for a motion, and I guess you need to decide whether you want to disallow that variance altogether or whether you want to amend it.
I'm happy to amend. I'm happy to amend the variance, but I would like to. It's a cautionary warning. I don't think it's our role to be redesigning. Right. I'm trying to give some leniency here, but.
Yeah, I mean, if you disallow it altogether, then
The
it's probably
architect
going to have to.
really should know. They really should. These things should be worked out in advance, and I think just disregarding it when I hear, well, it's not affecting the height, therefore, and that's not planning. That's not enough planning rationale to justify that variance. It doesn't affect the height of the building.
So basically, in your opinion, that variance is not minor.
It's not minor, it's not desirable, it doesn't meet the, OP with respect to neighborhood character and fit. I think this is, if we're going to introduce this typology, to be sensible to it.
We got a couple more items still waiting, so let's try to move forward however you feel is appropriate.
Why don't you bring your motion? I'll second.
I'll bring a motion to, give me a moment, because I think if, I don't want to be unreasonable. I think I think the applicant may benefit from an amended variance rather than a outright refusal of it. But we're looking at a difference of 0.69 meters.
Yeah.
Right? So it's about 4 steps. I think.
I agree it's better. Like, I mean, kids are going to be walking on those steps.
Do you want to cut it in half?
Amazon delivery men are going to be delivering on those steps. And it is way higher than everybody else. So I agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not much, but I would be willing to.
It'll look better too.
Of course it will. 1.55 meters, I think, is sufficient. I think it's a slight adjustment, but I think it's necessary to authorize that variance.
Okay.
I'll bring a motion to approve the application as amended, as follows. Variance number 1 to permit 1.55 meters. And then to approve variance number 2, 3, and number 4.
As is.
As is, and I don't believe there are any
conditions.
recommendations from staff on this.
No conditions, no.
And
Okay,
to
so-
Mr. Schwartz' comment, no need for
Okay,
privacy.
so we have a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder? Okay, Mr. Schwartz, all in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, and thank you to the applicant and the neighbor. Item 20.
So I want to take a bath.
Okay. Well, you won't, you might not be able to vote on it, but it doesn't matter, okay. Okay, item 20, 203 Churchill Avenue. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. There are 7 variances being requested. Planning is requesting a condition of approval should we approve relating to the west side elevation. I see no other staff reports. And we have a agent registered online, June Ann. Staff, have you unmuted our agent?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, or almost good evening.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Jun An. I'm the designer and agent. My address is 67 Cherrystone Drive, Toronto, M2H1S2.
Okay, thank you. If you could give us a brief overview, I don't think you need to do a complete presentation, and then if there's any questions, we can ask some questions.
Okay, I just maybe say I talked with the planner, and the planner supports this application. She mentioned she did the research, and the 3-story variance and the rear deck is appropriate for this area. And I'm also aware of the condition tying to the west side elevation, I think, and I have no concerns. Yeah, if any question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Do panel members have any questions for the applicant? No, seeing none. And I just want to confirm there are no other speakers for this item. Oh,
I just,
sorry, go ahead.
did we address some privacy screening at the rear deck? I don't know if that came up. I know community planning has some recommendations, but.
Yeah, we have that privacy screen on the elevations and on the drawings also.
They are on the elevations.
Let's just read
Yes.
the planning recommendation then, if that's, could be covered in there.
Okay.
Sorry, there is, yeah, so the condition is the proposal shall be developed in accordance with the west side elevation drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment on December 6, 2023, attached as attachment number 1 to this report. They're not saying why.
Yeah, because we already showed the privacy screen on our drawing. Even we put 6 feet privacy screen.
Okay,
and
so your screening is,
can already see that.
so your screening is in that elevation, so that's probably why they're tying it to that elevation.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
There is also privacy screening on the east side elevation.
Yeah, we provide both sides.
Planning seems to be only concerned about the west side. But I leave it up to members if they want to tie both. Okay, anyone ready for a motion?
Yeah, I see you guys looking this way. Yeah, I think it's reasonable application. I initially had a little bit of concern with respect to the side main wall height, but the difference of you know, 0.22 meters is not of too much concern here. I'll bring a motion for approval, subject to the recommendations noted in the community planning report. And through you, Mr. Chair, are we actually a question of where did we end up with the privacy screening? It is on the elevation.
It is on the elevation.
Okay, and
with respect to the west elevation. Anyway.
okay, and I just actually forgive me. I just verify with respect to the recommendations from community planning that includes tying to those the drawings, so that's covered.
Yep.
Okay.
It's covered for the west side. It's not covered for the east side. So would you consider?
If you
it-
want it on both sides, you're going to have to add the east.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to just determine whether or not it's. I don't.
It's
no.
shown on the east side elevation.
It's yeah. I'm just taking a look at the site plan. The rear deck doesn't appear. It appears at. Oh, give me a moment. I see. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Is that just because I guess the adjacency of the neighbor, the fact that. I think it doesn't have a lot of depth, the deck. And actually, let me just check the elevation off the ground, whether or not we over the 1 point. Yeah, I think we'd benefit from screening on both sides. In this case, it doesn't have a lot of depth.
It's there in the drawings anyway, so we're just holding them to what they've proposed.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
So moved.
It's my motion.
Okay. Mary Ann seconding. All in favor? Okay. Unanimous approval. Thank you, Ms. San.
Thank you.
Okay, item 21, last item for the day. This is the application, this is for 182 Strathallan Boulevard. This is an application to construct a new single-family dwelling. There are 5 variances being requested. Oh, we're getting some feedback.
We're so
Bad time to have technical issues. Anyway, we have an arborist report on file. Transportation has 3 conditions of approval should we approve, and there are 2 form letters of support.
Through you, Mr. Chair, appears to be someone's mic has not been muted on WebEx.
No, I'm muted. Okay, well, I don't know. No, it's still there. Can we? Okay, is the agent Drew Laszlo?
Excuse me, yes, I'm here. Good evening. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner.
Okay, good, because we don't get
Address is
feedback from you,
190
only from me, so we're going to let you go ahead.
Okay. Okay, terrific. My address is 193 Rowe Avenue.
Thank you. I don't think we need a. I don't feel like saying anything. Yep, please give us a presentation. We do have someone here also to speak to the issue, so.
Sure. The proposal is for a 2-story dwelling. We have 5 variances. I can briefly go through each variance, just giving some merits. Variance number 1 has to do with the front yard setback. We have 2 kind of projections, 1-story projections. If staff could put up the site plan, it would be a lot easier to illustrate. You could clearly see it from site plan. We have 2 projections, 1 story each on either side, and those are projecting into the front yard. So as a result, we need a front yard setback for those 2 projections you can see on either side at the front of the dwelling. Variance number 2 has to do with the driveway width. We have a single car garage. So as a result, the bylaw wants us to have a single car driveway. The owners, for obvious reasons, would like to park 2 cars side by side. So as a result, we need a variance for the driveway width. I just want to make it clear to the committee, we fully conform to the front yard landscaping bylaw. So, properties, this has a 50-foot frontage, so it's very common for homes on, on lots of this size to have double wide garages, which end up having a double wide driveway. So very common for in this area, and 50-foot lots to have a driveway of the width what we're proposing. Variance number 3 has to do with the required side yard setbacks. We're supposed to be 1.5 meters. We want to take it down to 1.2. Pretty common for the neighborhood. I have many examples of houses on Strathallan that have been approved with 1.2 meter side yard setbacks on both sides. And as an example, it's quite common to have very tight setbacks, even less than the 1.2 meters that I'm asking for. The house, for example, to the west or to the left, that house there has 1 meter setbacks on either side of it. And then you can also look to number 180 to the east. You can see the setback there is also 1 meter, which is less than what's being proposed for the house today. Variance number 4 has to do with the building length. And what that is, that if you factor in the length of the main house plus the bay windows at the front, and we have one more small bay window at the back, when you add those all together, that brings us over the 17 meters, which is what's permitted. But the main house, something to keep in mind, the main dwelling here, if you knock off all these kind of projections at the front and back, is only 16.61 meters, which is less than the 17 meters that's permitted. Final variance, has to do with the FSI. What we're asking, required is 0.35. We're asking 4.64. Again, very, very common for the neighborhood. 0.65 tends to be the, I guess if I could put it this way, the target FSI that planning staff likes to recommend. Like if we ask for more than 0.65, they will always come to us and say, you know what, we'd like you to lower your FSI down to 0.65. So in this case, we're actually a bit less. We're actually at 0.64, which is in keeping with many approvals in the neighborhood. And I believe that's all, unless committee has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by committee members?
Just looking at the driveway, driveway condition, so it is narrowed at, my understanding is the driveway variance pertains to the widening on private property, but it is, if I'm not mistaken, it is narrowed towards the curb?
Correct.
Okay.
And you're okay with the 3 transportation conditions?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I just had one question, and that's in terms of side yard setbacks. What's your what is your current situation in comparison to what you're proposing?
Our current situation is the west side is approximately 1 foot further away. So again, we're proposing 4 feet. The existing west setback is approximately 5 feet. And the east side is quite a bit more. It is, I can just take a quick look at the survey here and tell you that the existing current side yard setback on the east side is actually over 3 meters.
Okay, so you're actually making it a little bit tighter than what it is currently.
Correct, but again, in my opinion, more than in keeping with
what's in the neighborhood,
the rest of the street.
Okay,
exactly.
Thank you. Do we have Peter or Janice on the line?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Peter and Janice will not be speaking. They no longer have objections to this application.
I see. Okay, thank you. That would have been actually helpful to know up front. Okay, thanks very much. We'll take it into committee then.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to bring a motion for approval of the subject application. I think the applicant did a very good job of explaining the impact of the variances. I don't see the variances to be major or materially impactful. I did have some concern with respect to variance number 2, but given that it really pertains to a widening of the driveway, and the fact that they are meeting their soft landscaping requirements on the front, given the lot width, I think it's acceptable. I might also note, I did acknowledge that there are a number of houses on the street with wider driveways, which assuage that concern. With that, I'll bring a motion to approve the subject application with the recommendations noted in the memorandum from transportation. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allison. Is there a seconder?
Yes,
Mr.
I
Fazili?
second that motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, we have unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Laszlo. And that being,
To adjourn?
yeah, I was going to ask you guys, do you do a motion to adjourn?
I'm happy to bring a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Second, I've been told we don't have to second those.
All right.
Okay, we are adjourned at 6:06, 6:07 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to staff.